All right, we're going to go ahead and call the special meeting of the Vallejo City Council to order. Mrs. Abrahamson, can you do roll call, please?
Vice Mayor DuCosta.
Here.
Council members McConnell. Here. Sunga. Here. Verder-Aliga. Here. I will note for the record, Mayor Sampine is absent, as well as council members Brown and Meissner.
Okay, City Attorney.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. We have 3 items today for closed session. Item A is conference with legal counsel existing litigation in the case of Sean Core versus City of Vallejo, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board case number ADJ 11074695, pursuant to California Government Code section 54956.9A. Item B is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code section 54957.6. The negotiators are Greg Nyhoff, City Manager, Assistant City Manager Cardwell, and Heather Ruiz, Human Resources Director. Employee organization is VPOA. Item C is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code section 54956.8. The property is 655 Columbus Parkway. The city negotiators are Greg Nyhoff, City Manager, and Will Murat, Assistant to the City Manager. The negotiating parties are Jeb Elmore, Chris Delivo from Blue Rock Springs, LLC, and under negotiation is price in terms of payment.
All right, we'll adjourn to closed session.
There's three. you speak from. This microphone is very weak, so yes, con fuerza, la voz con fuerza. Huh? Mayor. No. Yes, you do. Y a veces me siento. it's beautiful. Crazy. I'm in line. I'm in line. I hear you. I hear you. Neither
I
do
try to be first in and out.
Neither do I.
Now I gotta get.
You'll do it. I'm holding it. En 5 minutos. Vale, Simpson. Luego, it's going to be 20 minutes. Under this. We don't have. No. Fact. Hold the order. Roll call presentations. First form. Es como la. Hay mucha presentación. 3 minutos.
He's in line. He's in line already.
One, number two. They don't accept the first file.
Because that's on the agenda.
No, they only accept the open form. They only accept the first.
They only accept the 5 in Vallejo? Wow. Why's that?
And then last form.
That's ridiculous. Okay, so we don't need this. We can't even talk to you until you're open or call us up or whatever? But to ask you any questions or anything like that, or give you any paraphernalia that we need to give you from?
You're number one. It's into her in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll tell you, you're in line. Actually, Lizzie wanted to talk.
You Okay. So if you ever do this and you're with somebody else, you let them know. If you're public speaking, you must sign out.
Tell me when, and I'll be right there. Oh, okay, thanks. Same organization.
Name in my things. They all have different rules and different. Early check and do what you got. You get yourself. These things for 11 o'clock. Oh, okay, thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Vallejo City Council meeting. I'd like to call us to order. City Clerk, if you want to do roll call, please.
Madam Vice Mayor, would you wish to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Sunga.
Vice Mayor DuCosta? Here. Council Members Brown? Here. McConnell? Here. Meissner? Here. Sunga? Verder-Aliga? Here. I will note for the record, Mayor Sampayan is absent.
All right, thank you very much. Presentations and commendations. We have a presentation of a proclamation recognizing the importance of addressing illegal dumping problem in the city of Vallejo. If I could have join me at the podium, Eli Fleshman, Captain John Whitney, Lieutenant Kenny Park, Code Officer David Gomez, Assistant Maintenance Supervisor Roland Rojas, Public Works Supervisor Keith Lederer, and Dylan Brady. So the mayor was very, very excited about this and very upset that he could not be here himself tonight to present this, but he did want me to emphasize that the trash pile shown up on the monitors is up on the Marina Green, and it's 8 feet high. That's just 1 year of illegally dumped stuff in our city. It's definitely been high on his priority list, and our team here has been doing a great job, so thank you. So I will read. Whereas illegal dumping is a blight which negatively impacts the city of Vallejo and other surrounding communities, and whereas the city of Vallejo's maintenance department responds to more than 2,300 calls of illegal dumping a year, and whereas the City of Vallejo's Maintenance Department disposes of nearly 900,000 pounds of illegally dumped items a year, and whereas the City of Vallejo pays more than $700,000 annually to clean up and dispose of illegally dumped items, and whereas the City of Vallejo's resources could be utilized in a more productive manner to beautify the City of Vallejo, and whereas illegal dumping is a violation of Vallejo Municipal Code Section 7.44.100, which can be punished as a misdemeanor with a penalty of a $1,000 fine and or 6 months in jail. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Bob Sampayan, Mayor, and the Vallejo City Council do hereby recognize the illegal dumping problem in the City of Vallejo and request the partnership of the Solano County Judicial Bench in ensuring that persons who are responsible for the crime receive just punishment. Thank you, you guys.
Thank you. Hi, Dylan Brady, Deputy City Attorney. I'd like to talk about a good result we had on Monday in court. One of the defendants who illegally dumped off Wilson right by 37, he pled guilty and is now paying a fine of $750. We should have sentencing on Thursday, which this proclamation will definitely help, to someone that the jury found guilty for illegally dumped, came from Marin, dumped a huge boxcar, and our investigator, code officer, was able to investigate the case and had enough evidence for the city to prosecute. And the city, we're also looking into other routes when we can't prosecute because we don't have the evidence to prove our every element beyond a reasonable doubt. So we're going to keep enforcing. It is a huge issue that when we recognize that the city and city council recognize it's a huge issue, so it's important to us as well. Thanks.
Next, we have community forum. I have 9 speaker cards. The first 5 will be able to speak now, and the rest will speak later. You have 3 minutes. We will start with Father Andres Emanuele, then Stephanie Perry, and then Kathy and Shannon O'Hare. Oh, Father, you'll need to come right down here.
City Council members, good evening. I am Father Andres Emanuele from St. Vincent Ferrer, one of the 10 member institutions of Common Ground, who together represent over 10,000 citizens of Solano and Napa counties. We're all members of Common Ground here tonight. Please stand. We are here to make sure that our agenda is on your mind as you prepare to set priorities in March. We have 3 issues tonight. First, the majority of you have already committed to working with us on vacant lot ordinance. We have hundreds of stories of blight, drug use, and crime in our neighborhoods. We just saw it in the illegal dumping presentation. Young children are finding used needles behind their houses. We have got big companies who close their doors and leave us to clean up their mess. Enough is enough. A vacant lot ordinance will lay a foundation for other neighborhoods to improve. We know city staff time is limited, so we have done research on ordinances in other cities, and we have drafted an ordinance we can use as a template. We'd like to see this on the agenda for the next 6 months. Secondly, we need you to prioritize neighborhood safety. We appreciate that the city has worked with us to identify and repaint several dangerous crosswalks the last year. But we are also frustrated because we need a stop sign at the corner of Sacramento and Kentucky, and the city has not responded. A few months ago, we had another accident at this intersection. You all received the photos. I can share with you again. Every day, dozens of school children cross the street here. What would have happened if the accident occurred at 3 p.m. when the school was letting out? Our parents are worried. Our school staff is worried. And that's why we have collected 1,012 signatures here, showing the interest not only from St. Vincent Church, but also from the school and the neighborhoods. We know other neighborhoods in Vallejo have gotten stop signs without a traffic study. A study should not be necessary when hundreds of members of the community are asking for immediate response. We'd like to meet with city manager to discuss this in the next few weeks. Last but not least, we hope you will consider investing in translation headsets. Vallejo residents that do not speak English would like to participate in the local government, including many parishioners at St. Vincent's, as they should have an opportunity to do so. We look forward to productive conversations with you all in the coming weeks and months as we work together for our community and our safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Stephanie Perry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Vallejo City Council. I'm Stephanie Perry, Pro Tem of the Solano County Civil Grand Jury. This is one of my fellow jurors, Demetrio Jaime. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to talk to you about the Solano County Grand Jury. Last month, the Solano County Board of Supervisors passed a resolution designating February as Grand Jury Appreciation Month. The California Constitution mandates that one or more grand juries shall be drawn and summoned at least once a year in each county. The Solano County Grand Jury has volunteers to serve as jurors for 1 year. Any resident from either of the 7 cities in Solano County who have lived here for 1 year and qualifies as a U.S. citizen and are at least 18 years of age can apply. The grand jury is sometimes called the watchdog of these communities. It functions as an arm of the judicial branch of government and operates under the authority of the Solano County Superior Court. The grand jury is, in fact, a fact-finding body that receives complaints from the citizens of Solano County. The grand jury, for example, can investigate complaints or events that affect Solano County if warranted. The grand jury can write reports and/or tour, for example, the operations of a primary county facility. The grand jury can also request or subpoena records or persons of interest related to county government agencies. Being a part of a civil grand jury is a constant learning experience. Although it is a civic responsibility, jurors are paid a stipend per diem, and they are also receive mileage reimbursement for each legal meeting that they attend. So we're just asking the City Council to take into consideration and let all persons that are interested in obtaining an application from your clerk, which was left with your clerk. We would like to thank you for your time and allowing us to speak at the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kathy and Shannon O'Hare, then Aaron Bakke, Ryan Misano, and Charlie Peters.
Good evening, City Council, audience. Shannon and I are here to invite you to our 7th anniversary coming up this March. We've actually are taking over the entire Temple Art Loft Gallery for a month-long show. And so I have flyers and postcards for you, all of you here. So we wanted to invite you to come out and help celebrate us and our wonderful contraptions. So normally you don't get a chance to see everything at one time. So the whole gallery downstairs space is going to be full of contraptions. And then Shannon also is going to be teaching children how to ride some of the smaller ones. So we have opening on Friday night, Saturday during farmers market, and then Sunday afternoons. So I would like to encourage all of you to come out and come see all of the silly stuff that we make. We also have a couple of special nights. We're opening on Second Friday Art Walk on March 8th, and then we'll also have a big celebration on March 16th, which is the day before our actual anniversary here in Vallejo. So thank you all. We love Vallejo. We've had such great experiences here, and we will be here for a long time. And anybody else, there's flyers in the back, on the back table. So thank you.
Yeah, did you want to say something?
No.
All right. And I did make one mistake. Aaron Bakke's next. Ryan Misano will finish the first community forum. The rest will be at the end.
Thank you, Aaron Bakke. I'm standing here with Kathy O'Hare because she is part of the Art Walk team that we are working together to keep this event successful and moving forward. We have submitted a grant proposal for the city manager's grant, so we wanted to read a letter that's been composed by one of the members of our committee. So if you will allow us to do that, that would be great. Dear city council members, staff, I'm a resident and active member of the community writing in support of the Art Walk Committee's grant proposal for $25,000 to help with the Second Friday Art Walk and Community Gallery. I've attended the Art Walk and have seen firsthand the impact it has had on me and the community at large. The Art Walk is one of the few events that my loved ones and I look forward to every month because it is a family-friendly event and free that builds community and gives me a sense of Vallejo pride. On Second Friday Art Walk, downtown Vallejo is transformed with beautiful light sculptures that activate the art and entertainment district, making it a destination that everyone wants to participate in. It's clear the event helps the downtown merchants and surrounding areas to promote commerce, something the downtown desperately needs. I'm certain that with the proper funding and the leadership of both the city and the Art Walk team, the event will thrive, making it the place that local artists can learn, grow, and exhibit their work. It is important that we support the local artists, the arts, and our communities so that we can continue to celebrate the beautiful diversity and multitude of cultures that Vallejo is well known for. I urge you to please consider granting funding through this grant proposed in order to help the Art Walk make Vallejo a vibrant, welcoming, and safe place to celebrate the richness that Vallejo has to offer. That is from our Second Friday Art Walk committee, and so we ask for your special consideration. We appreciate the support of the city and the members of the community that attend the Art Walk, that show their support in many ways. We want to continue being able to provide this as a means for people to share creativity, share community, express culture and diversity. With the recent loss of our downtown community galleries, there is a very great need for a space, and we are pursuing a couple of different options for that are very exciting and promising. So did you want to add anything? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ryan Massano, and that will conclude Community Forum.
Good evening, City Council and audience and citizens. A couple things that I felt were important and of importance to the people here this evening. First of all, in the early comments, I think part of the responsibility for the funds in the community are from churches and the wealthy. So them paying their own way, I think, is a notable thing. Because I don't think the taxpayers should be footing the bill for a lot of these things. Likewise, on the arts, I'm a big fan of art, paid for by private citizens. And I do not think that the taxpayers should be paying one dime for art in this city or anywhere in America. The art should stand and fall on its own feet. The problems that we're having in Vallejo and in America are largely due to an explosion of fatherlessness. This is a problem that we have in our nation that has exploded. In 47, we had 3.6% illegitimacy rate. In 2017, we had a 39.8% illegitimacy rate. That is a massive increase. And kids who are born in homes without married fathers there have a much higher rate of criminality and of poverty. And Joe taxpayer will be ran to pay for that. And there are politicians who like this because the more dysfunction in the community, the more they can promise the community other people's money and run talking about we're going to make it safer and all that. Well, that's the job of the community. If the community had married fathers, poverty and criminality would be going away really quick. And on my way in here, I noticed I guess a breastfeeding station. I had never seen that before. And I'm not against that. I think that's a great idea. I just think the woman should be in the home. And that's the place for... Okay, our society became successful that way. I'm afraid if you don't know your history, then the JFK is right over there, head over there. And so fatherlessness has contributed to 10 times more likely to abuse chemical substances. Drug and alcohol abuse is greater among fatherless children. 71% of all adolescent substance abusers come from fatherless homes. 80% of adolescents in psychiatric hospitals come from fatherless homes. 2 times more likely to commit suicide. So this is 9 times more likely to drop out of school. So this, I think, is a focus that we need to look upon. Because the myths that we constantly hear about, like climate change and systemic racism and all the other myths that we constantly hear about, now this is the problem. All the rest, that's just fluff. This is what we need to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have no cards for public comment regarding consent calendar items. So before the motion is made to approve the consent calendar and the agenda, I would like to offer a couple changes. 7F to be amended to remove the Solano 360 Implementation Committee to be considered at a later date, but approved without that item. 8C and 8E to be reversed, so 8E will become 8C, 8C will become 8E. So, pleasure of the council.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ducosta, and I would like to offer the approval of the consent calendar and agenda, changing 7F to remove Solano 360 Implementation Committee, and changing 8E and 8C, reversing those. 8C becomes 8E, 8E becomes 8C.
I'm missing a vote. There we go. Motion carries with Mayor Sampayan absent.
How do I clear the screen? There we go. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the action calendar. 8A.
This item is a study session on Vallejo Municipal Code, Chapter 5.05, marijuana business license tax. The recommendation is to provide directions to staff on amending Vallejo Municipal Code, Chapter 5.05, marijuana business license tax.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Joanna Altman.
Go ahead. Councilmember Brown.
I would like to recuse myself due to a conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joanna Altman, Assistant to the City Manager, and to my right here I have Mark Lovelace with the HDL Companies. He's the Cannabis Senior Advisor. So we are here tonight for a study session. Staff is requesting direction on amending Measure C, which is the marijuana tax, Vallejo Municipal Code 5.05. A little bit of history about the Measure C in Vallejo. First associated with the Compassionate Use Act, that should not say tax, my apologies, Compassionate Use Act from 1996. We had several cannabis or marijuana dispensaries for medicinal use come into town, and over the years it became more and more difficult to regulate these different dispensaries. We didn't have a regulatory framework set in place. And so in 2011, as staff was presenting to the City Council at that time, ways to handle regulations and other tax measures, Measure C came to the ballot, and in November of 2011, it was approved by the voters. The two primary pieces of the tax are setting the rate at or below 10%. So a maximum of 10%, and the ability to set different rates for different activities. So in March 2012, the city imposed a maximum tax rate of 10% of the gross receipts. As you know, over the years, we have not come back and presented recommendations on amending this ordinance. In fiscal year 17-18, so last fiscal year, we generated $2.69 million on Measure C taxes. So over the years, we have been doing quite a bit of work on local regulations and state regulations. I won't go into a ton of detail, but of course we had in 2015, we had our local ordinance that was adopted. And then subsequent years thereafter in CRSA, which was to regulate medical cannabis. Prop 64, of course, that made it legal for adult use. And then MACRSA was born. And from MACRSA, we've been kind of evolving over the last couple of years on how to handle cannabis at a state level, and then trying to provide regulations on a local level for what has become really a dual permitting process with local control. So most recently, on January 16th, the state did adopt final regulations for the state licensing program. And of course, in this past December, the City Council adopted our own local land use regulations. And through the ad hoc committee on cannabis, which is made up of 3 council members, we've been talking about fiscal analysis. And so there were 3 different areas that the council wanted us to look at: local control and regulations, and building out that process, land use, and then finally looking at the fiscal analysis. And so at that point, we brought on HDL to do a full analysis of not only our tax, but the fees and what the landscape is around us, recognizing, of course, or with the caveat that this is a constantly evolving industry, and as they're an up-and-coming industry, it's really difficult to project out, but they certainly did a good job identifying some of the key information that's necessary to do a fiscal analysis. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our consultant.
Hello, I'm Mark Lovelace with HDL Companies. Just by way of background, I'm a former Humboldt County supervisor, and in the 8 years that I was on the board there, we struggled with a lot of these same issues and trying to figure out how to bring this industry out from the black market and into a legal, well-regulated market. So The city of Vallejo has been well ahead of the curve on this issue with Measure C, but I think the city is really wise to be re-examining its existing tax rates in light of all the things that have happened since Measure C was first established. The whole world around cannabis has changed in California, and tax rates that at one time when the industry was enjoying very high prices and very low operating costs, the margins were high enough that people in the industry didn't even have to know what their margin was. They just knew it was plenty. And now that has completely changed, and margins are getting very, very thin. And so something that may have been acceptable a number of years ago is now pushing the breaking point for a lot of businesses. Plus, we have enough regulated industry in the state that we're starting to see some norms arising. Again, 5, 6, 7 years ago, coming up with a tax rate was kind of a shot in the dark. There wasn't a lot to base it upon. But we can start to see how tax rates are normalizing around the state and within your region too. So the chart that you have in front of you shows a comparison with other local rates from some of the areas around you, some of the cities and Contra Costa County. And from this you can see that Measure C is not outside of this range, but this range is, as with Measure C, it establishes a maximum rate for a lot of these communities, and then within that they have set a lower rate from what they can, so that way they can always revisit it to bump it back up to that legislatively without having to go back to the voters. But we've seen a number of the other cities that are in there, such as Berkeley and Oakland, are both revisiting their tax rates and trying to bring those back down, because again, they were early adopters and they've seen what's happening in terms of change. Here on this chart we see from the work that HDL has done with 32 different cities and counties around the state in 2018 on different ballot measures. This is kind of the normal range that we've been seeing and that we've been working with a lot of our clients to help establish. And the reason for that is based upon this somewhat difficult to read chart. It's hard to get it to fit on one PowerPoint slide here. But what's important about this one is that this shows the effect of tax rates, the two overlapping taxes that the state has applied to the product on the cultivation, and that tax is per ounce, and then there's also an additional tax, gross receipts tax, on all other businesses. But the tax has to be applied when you look at the interplay of the state taxes with local taxes. You have to look at how the price of the product increases in steps. And these are generalizations. The norms are still evolving, especially around markup for distributors. But as the product moves up the chain, it starts at around $1,000 per pound for indoor cultivation. And then each step along the chain, that price goes up. And so the percentage, the impact of that 10% tax, bless you, also goes up. And so by the time you get to the end product, where you also apply, in almost all cases, both state and local sales tax too, under this model with the existing 10% Measure C, you end up with a cumulative overall tax of over 36%, almost 36.5%. And I think that any business person in any industry would tell you that that is a very high percentage of tax on their product. Now we know that this is going to be the norm for cannabis, that it is going to be taxed. The state taxes are there. There's another attempt this year to try to bring those down. And from what we saw last year, it doesn't look like that's likely to be successful. But so there is going to be a norm, and the state taxes, even before we apply any local taxes, that's already hovering around 26%. So it leaves very little room for local taxes to add to that. Work with the industry has suggested that 30%, a cumulative tax rate of 30%, tends to really be kind of the maximum pain point for the industry. And when you also have, as we saw with the previous slide, other jurisdictions that are charging lower taxes, it makes the tax rate being charged by the local jurisdiction a considerable point for those businesses in determining where they want to locate. Go to the next one. So for retail projections, we've come up with a series of projections for the taxes that we believe could be generated by different pieces of the industry, different activities. Retail is the only portion of the cannabis activities that is really tied to the population base within the community, but it's not strictly to the city. When people go shopping, they don't really say, oh, I'm going to stop at the city limit and keep my dollars within. Some do. That's always welcome. Again, from a former elected, I know that we appreciate that. But people tend to have their purchasing habits for products of this type. There's a lot of research that suggests people are willing to drive about 15 to maximum 20 minutes to make these kinds of purchases. So that would bring in Benicia, that could bring in American Canyon, and both of which have lower taxes. American Canyon has none at this point, though they're looking at possibly next year. So that's going to affect what portion of the customer base may choose to stay within Vallejo. It's going to affect the pricing of competitors that are going to be nearby within that driving range. And so we estimate the overall customer base with, I could go through the details of how we do this and where some of the numbers come from. We've got different estimates of what percentage of the population uses cannabis. But we estimate the customer base of cannabis customers at around 23,500 for this area. And so when we look at that and we apply the existing 10% tax, the revenue figure that would come up is actually below the low end of what the city has been realizing from its tax so far. And so that suggests that that there's already a substantial amount of leakage. Currently, that leakage would be going to unlicensed retailers, delivery services. If you go to Weed Maps, you will see that there's a number of them that are serving your area already. And along with that, there's also that part of the black market that isn't showing up on Weed Maps. But so we see that the amount that the city should be generating from its retailers is below what we would anticipate. When we look at Benicia and American Canyon and some of the other communities coming online in the near future, we imagine that figure that you may see additional leakage on top of that. So again, Measure C, the current revenues are below our lowest projections, suggests some leakage. I guess I already covered these. Great. Move on to the next one. With cultivation, we look at that differently. The most common method for taxing cultivation is on square footage. You already have a gross receipts-based tax, and so this goes through some math to try to come up with a way of approximating or converting a gross receipts tax to a square footage tax to give us some indication of how that equals out. That model, if we can back up to it one more minute. That model, in this case, is looking only at indoors cultivation because there's the multiple harvests that are possible with it. The tax rate is adjusted to reflect that. And as you see, the current 10% amounts to a tax rate of $40 per square foot, which would make it one of the highest in the state. Bringing it down to $10 a square foot, that's well within the range that we see with other communities. Next. So we developed two different scenarios to come up with some projections of, as the other cannabis activities come online, what portion we think, what numbers we think may be reasonable for the city to look at, and looking at different tax rates for them. And with these scenarios, we're trying to show something that is really difficult to model with any accuracy. It's a projection of a mechanism that we know is there, but exactly how that shows up is difficult, and that's attrition due to high taxes. So we really can't project with any certainty what portion of the customer base is going to go elsewhere on retail. We also can't project with certainty what portion of businesses are going to look to locate elsewhere. With retailers, as we noted, they have to stay within reasonable distance of their customer base, but cultivation and manufacturing and distribution don't have to. They are feeding into the statewide market generally. So they have the opportunity to locate in other jurisdictions. And when that can end up having up to a 10% difference in their competitiveness and the prices that of the product that they're putting onto the market, that becomes a significant factor for them in looking at this. So we're trying to reflect with this, even though we keep the number of licensees the same in these projections. We tried to develop first, a model that showed attrition of, as the tax rate goes up, that you may have fewer licensees and that they may be generating fewer, lower gross receipts too. But having two different things varying, and it made the model a little hard to look at. So we've kept the number of licensees at a set amount, and we've tried to bring these down based upon numbers that we see from the work that we do around the state to reflect what we think in terms of the profitability of these businesses. So as we go through these, you can see in this case, we're looking at a total revenue of $3.76 million that we would anticipate at the 10% rate. As we go down to the next one, we lower those rates, and even though the tax rate, the actual revenue is coming down from it, the total gross receipts upon which that is based is actually climbing. And as we know, there's other benefits that come from having any business located within the city that are less tangible in terms of jobs and associated businesses. No business exists by itself. It's supported by a whole range of other businesses. And so then we go to scenario 3, and we see that the total gross receipts is up to $59 million at this point, even though the total revenue has come down to $1.9 million in this model. Again, these are, I'm not going to pretend that those projections in terms of the amount of attrition that we see or the lower gross receipts is specific or we can't make claims to its accuracy, but we're trying to show that impact that we know is going to be there to some degree. So what I would really suggest is the more important figure here is looking at that total gross receipts. And in the revenue 3, you end up with a significant increase in the amount of actual economic activity that you're seeing within the city. And I believe, let's see, we have a couple more. So, yeah, we have a lower tax revenue, but we have $20 million more economic activity that's happening within the city. And that's a considerable amount that's going to show up. So, again, the scenario should not be taken as precise projections. They're attempting to model that effect of attrition. And maintaining taxes at rates that are more than double the common rates may lead to a loss of existing retailers and distributors as you face increasing competition from around the area and from the black market. And I believe that's our last one. There we go. Yes.
Thank you. So staff took the report that HDL completed and looked at some of the things that they're seeing around the state and some of the recommendations, everything from the use amount, the use of cannabis per person, and that right now, based on studies, cultivation is already exceeding the average amount per person. And so there were things like that were in the study that staff kind of took into consideration to build out a recommendation based on some of the things, some of the known factors that staff's familiar with in the city. So based on gross receipts for all retail operations, we set the $26.4 million for gross receipts. We identified an economic radius, which included 13 retailers, and so within this economic radius, we included the 2 retailers that will be eventually opening up in Benicia, knowing that they are within that 20-minute customer base. they will have retail establishments, and then American Canyon, from what we understand right now, will have delivery. So that does have an impact, though that's much more difficult to project. So for this exercise, we just identified the retail locations within this kind of economic radius. We didn't identify an escalation factor. I think for us, we've seen varied receipts over the years, especially when we added adult use just about a year ago. And so we didn't want to set an escalation factor, so that was one variable that we considered. And then we took the projections on consumption. So within the report that HDL produced, they identified consumers as adult, medicinal, and then, of course, the black market, with the black market making up about 30%. So we took the equivalency of that to apply to our model to come up with what our recommendation is. And then we utilized the fiscal analysis on cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution. And then, of course, right now there's no industry standard, so no tax standard for lab testing. And finally, we wanted to incentivize our operators. They do have the ability to apply for permits to do cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution. Or some of them already have distribution licenses from the state as well. And so through that vertical integration, as you could see on the slide that identified the tax rates throughout the process, or throughout the vertical process, if they are maintaining it within their own business, they don't have to pay taxes on those. It's only when it exchanges hands to another business or to the end customer. So staff, with all this, staff is recommending 7% for adult use retail, and we're recommending pulling out the medicinal retail piece, given that the state allows a reduction or no tax, no sales tax, but that would be with the state identification card. So we were modest right now. We don't separate taxes, so we don't ask them to identify which are adult use retail versus medicinal. So it's hard to project from that perspective. We do know that there are not that many state-issued cards within Solano County. And then we identified the numbers from the HDL report that have manufacturing, distribution, and cultivation, looked at the number of licenses that they would be recommending, something that I think is feasible in the coming couple of years, that we'll be looking at some manufacturing coming on board and cultivation, and applied the percentage rates that the HDL was recommending in their study. And so looking at this, the overall projection would be roughly $2.3 million annually. Right now we're budgeted at $2.4 million, knowing of course that there would be an immediate decline because we don't have manufacturing and cultivation operations up and running yet, so there would be a fiscal impact. Alternatively, based on the study, what we did find is that we are much higher on our tax rates than several other local jurisdictions. What I will note, though, is that our fee structure is quite a bit different. We charge very minimal fees, whereas a lot of our other cities that we would be comparing ourselves to have very high cannabis regulation fees. And so we did take that into account as we were reviewing this as well. And so we also added the long-range forecast model that we had presented to the council in January, identifying what this would look like with these projections over through 2037. And so that, based on the request from council during that period of time, we did put this in here for the different variables. So this would be staff's recommendation, as you can see, not until 2034 as part of the as part of the model that we would be structurally balanced again when it relates to cannabis taxes. But as we discussed, there are several other variables in there, and for the last 5 years, as we've proven, even though it has been in the red, we've still had structurally balanced budgets. So what you see here is staff's recommendation on the cumulative tax. So this is a similar slide that we shared earlier with the 10% throughout. So this is staff's recommendation with throughout the different taxing, different periods where it could be taxed. Again, with vertical integration, it would if it stayed completely vertically through each operator, this would minimize the dollar amount. But we did want to show the difference in the tax rates throughout the structure. Finally, staff did put together just the current tax rate structure and the two scenarios that HDL provided, and that includes the long-range forecast, just for comparable purposes. So those are on the following three slides. Again, you can see, so this would be what was forecasted as part of the long-range forecast back in January. And so the out years look a little bit different. And then it changes as the numbers reduce in the various scenarios. So again, staff recommendation, we really considered what the increased saturation of Vallejo's economic radius. It's unavoidable, which does create some external competition, which we haven't had. As a more mature regulatory structure here in Vallejo, it's something that we haven't really needed to consider in the past, and something that is coming forward currently, especially with delivery being approved by the state and recently approved by the council, that delivery can be in any city, regardless of the local measures or the local ordinances that have been passed. Vallejo supports vertical integration, and we're one of the few, if not the only, that say that have approved all of our existing retail operators the opportunity to apply for permits to vertically integrate. The City Council, as a reminder, may amend the rates up to 10% at any time via ordinance, and it's a simple majority vote. And then local tax revenues continue to increase at this point in time. Right now, we are on par to collect close to $3 million for retail this fiscal year. So we're collecting approximately $250,000 per month. Just this last month, we did start collecting, or we had a couple of our operators separate their distribution, and so we've started seeing some distribution taxes that's fairly low at this point, because they're just getting up and going, and with the new regulations, they're not all up and going with those license types yet. And then finally, staff is again recommending that the council provide direction tonight so that staff can return with an ordinance amending VMC Chapter 5.05 by April 9th, and would recommend that it go into effect on July 1. And then we would, of course, continue monitoring and reviewing as we regularly do. So with that concludes our presentation, and we are available if you have any questions.
Thank you. And before I take council comments and questions, we do have 3 speaker cards. First up is Ryan Misano. You will have 5 minutes. And then Morgan Lindsay Hannigan and Jean Shree.
Good evening again. I would precede my remarks by noting that I have never interrupted a speaker in this room, ever, and I have been interrupted dozens of times, and I think as a citizen of the United States that I have every right to speak without being interrupted. And I would suggest, I don't know what measures need to be taken, but that if members of the audience weren't taught in first grade to not talk when somebody else is speaking, that their departure from the council chambers is going to have to become a necessity. Because I am rather tired, and it's been 6 years in the making, of being constantly interrupted when I'm speaking. And I am not going to sit here and be tyrannized over by an unruly audience who thinks that a mob is going to silence a man. That is not going to happen. We have freedom of speech so that we as American citizens could speak and tell a truth. Whether or not anybody else agrees with it is not relevant. What matters is that they have that right. And each of us in this room has that right because men fought and bled and died for that right. And I'll be darned if I sit here and allow people to speak up and interrupt me when I'm speaking and it's my turn. If they disagree with me, kindly get a speaker card, come up here and speak your truth. But if you don't, then don't interrupt. It's quite simple. Anyhow, on marijuana, as I've said a number of times, we have a problem because common perception has told us that marijuana is perfectly harmless when nothing could be further from the truth. The data is becoming more and more clear as it's becoming revealed from other states that legalized it before California, that exactly what many of us predicted is exactly what's happening. There was a great study that came out from Hillsdale, which is a free college which teaches some great courses. Alex Berenson wrote about a lot of the problems associated with marijuana, but there's a clearly demonstrated link between cannabis use and mental illness. So just keep that in mind when you hear proponents come up and tell us that there's nothing wrong with it. The risk to them for mental illness is higher than the person who does not use cannabis. So we very well might have mentally ill people coming up here telling us that cannabis is fine. We don't know. 12 million Americans using cannabis 300 times a year. It's getting mainstream. The most disturbing thing about is the link between marijuana and violence. We already have problems with crime. And the more we mainstream marijuana, the crime problems are going to get worse. I'm talking violent crime. Me even coming up here and talking on this is kind of dangerous because there's a lot of people who use marijuana that you put a gun in their hands. Though I hear people talk about gun control. Yeah, I believe in gun control, taking guns away from people who use psychotropic drugs. I'm totally a fan of that. But there was a great stat. The first 4 states to legalize marijuana for recreational use were Colorado, Washington in 2014, and Alaska and Oregon in 2015. Combined, these 4 states had about 450 murders and 30,300 aggravated assaults in 2013. Last year, they had almost 620 murders and 38,000 aggravated assaults, an increase of 37% for murders and 25% for aggravated assaults, far greater than the national increase even after accounting for differences in population growth. But that's not the most concerning thing. The most concerning thing is that we're beginning to learn that marijuana has effects on the DNA that not only can affect the higher risks of cancer for the user, but we're talking generations in the future. So we're talking about when all of us in this room have passed away, that there might be people who aren't even born yet who will be suffering from the choices that we've made today. And that is a very terrible thought, and a pretty weighty one, because I don't think any of us wants to be responsible for the suffering of human beings who aren't even born yet. A few potential negative side effects include a drop in IQ from heavy long-term exposure over the course of many years, testicular cancer, respiratory issues from smoking the substance, low dopamine levels, unsurprisingly connected to schizophrenia, and sometimes alteration of sperm count from heavy usage. So there's a lot more, but again, I oppose this. If this proceeds, there will be a backlash and a movement that will eradicate all of these gains. So that needs to be kept in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Hannigan?
Hello, Council. Thank you for having us and bringing this up. It's been a long time coming, and unfortunately, since day one, the Measure C tax rate has felt punitive. It was an option to set it between 2% and 10%. I know that I think some of you were even up here when that decision was made. From that point forward, there have been a number of missteps in the issue of, or in the world of policy that have led to, for instance, not being able to come up with an escalation factor, right? So when the city refused that tax revenue for over 8 months from the legal tax-paying dispensaries, that caused a large gap in revenue collected. And I study these numbers. I get the spreadsheet from the auditor controller as often as I can, and I look over what the Measure C revenue collection is. And I can't, as an operator, look at my revenue from last year, right, because we didn't allow recreational sales on the first of the year. So about 50% of the people that walked through my doors, I had to tell them they had to turn around and walk out. And that caused a huge drop in revenue just from the month of December to January. You guys lost like $60,000 in 1 month, right? And that went on for the first quarter. And so we can't compare numbers year over year even because of the number of mistakes that have been made. I do appreciate all of the work that HDL and staff have done compiling all of this information, but I think that the recommendation, it's still set way too high. Each competing area cited by HDL had a rate set at least 1 or 2 points lower than what we're proposing for retail tonight. And if we know that leakage is being caused by too high of tax rates, then we should be doing our due diligence to stop that and setting it at least a competitive rate. Personally, I think that given the history of how this industry has been treated, that maybe setting a favorable rate would be, you know, kind of the nice thing to do after raiding taxpayers, after refusing their payments, after not allowing them access to the market that, you know, we all agree we should have had access to. It's interesting to note that the one competing area that was highlighted by HDL as having a similar tax rate was Oakland, and they discussed that Oakland will be lowering their tax rate, but they left out why Oakland will be lowering their tax rate, and that's because they passed a voter-approved. It was on the ballot, and voters approved it with the exact same majority that we got when we passed Measure C. It was 79%, and Measure V basically said you can lower the tax, and that's it. You can't continue to set it back up. And I truly believe that if we continue to set this rate at, you know, 7%, 6%, if it continues to feel punitive for customers, they won't shop here anymore. They'll go to Benicia. You know, there will be one on Columbus Parkway, pretty much right outside the city border, where people can drive from one end of town to the other and, you know, pay at most 5 or 6%. It still feels punitive. Yeah, I think I already said that every rate that was in that slide up there was, you know, significantly lower than what we've suggested tonight. Those state IDs, when we're talking about the cutting out the medical tax for people, the state IDs they cost people money, so they'll still be paying $150 on top of the $100 that they pay for their medical marijuana recommendation from a physician. They then have to turn around and pay another amount to the state, which for many of my customers and patients, it's, you know, borderline not worth it. I think it would be more fair to simply set, you know, a favorable rate for all of the customers. Many people who use it medicinally don't have the money to go to a doctor, right? And people use medicine all the time without consulting a doctor. People buy aspirin, Pepto-Bismol, all sorts of medical products are used by people under their own supervision because they tend to be non-lethal, not that harmful, similar to what we see with cannabis. So I would like to ask that you guys consider at least a comparable rate of 5% to competing districts. It'd be really nice to see something more favorable, but I understand that we're looking at structural deficits going forward. You guys need the revenue. None of those graphs looked incredibly different to me, though, based on, you know, even the most extreme rate of 4%. It didn't seem like it's going to cause, you know, major ripples. It seems like we have much bigger issues than just the Measure C rate. So again, thank you for your time. I hope you all have a good evening.
Thank you, Morgan. Jean Shree.
I wasn't really expecting to come up and speak this evening, but I have opinions about it. So good evening, City Council and City Manager. I'm Jean Shree. I am a Vallejo artist, a sculptor. I've found some, especially CBD products, to be very helpful for my hands, and also I have glaucoma, and I've been taking drops for that successfully for years. 3 drops, and there's evidence that CBG can be helpful for glaucoma. So I recently purchased here in town 2 products that came to $140, and $40 of that was taxes, and that to me was a little crazy. That's really all I have to say. I appreciate the tip about American Canyon. I'll go there. And also we'll take advantage of the gray and the black market. So thank you.
Thank you. Comments and questions from council? Anybody? Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm prepared to support the staff recommendations tonight. I think they're well thought out, and I think it is time to make an adjustment on the tax rate that the city has been charging. But I have a request and then an observation as well. The request is that for the first 3 months of the new tax period, the city manager give serious consideration to donating as much funds from this source as possible to work with the police force to address the issue of the black market, because they are clearly competitors of our sanctioned businesses. The observation is that I note from the presentation the retail markup is at 100%, the distributors charge 30%, the manufacturer charges 20%, the state charges 15%, and we charge 10%. Looks like we're the best deal on the food chain.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McConnell. Councilmember Verder-Aliga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pipin Ducosta. So thank you for the presentation. I am really pleased that this has finally come to us, in the agenda, because there's been requests from our dispensaries for the past year. Reason being that they want to be competitive because there are now other markets or other cities that have allowed, marijuana dispensaries in their cities. Therefore, providing more competition for our local folks, local stores. So what I've done actually, this past weekend, actually last Sunday, I actually visited 4 MMDs, including the MMD of Morgan Hannigan. It was on a Sunday afternoon. I said, hey, I'm going to go and just see their operations. And I must say that I was quite impressed with how well kept. I know this is off topic, and the security, they check your ID, and you present your driver's license, they make a copy of it, and they follow the rules. I had no doubt that they don't follow the rules, and they do. I saw that firsthand. I was impressed with customer service. They were there willing to help you about products you may want to purchase or ask about. And then I spoke to one of the owners, and so I asked him, what do you think of this tax, lowering the tax? I said the city council was going to look into lowering it. There was no question or doubt that we would, as a council, lower it. And so I said, what brings a customer to your shop? Do they opt out and go to Concord or go to another city to buy their products? And what was interesting, his response was, you know what, he has loyal customers, and it's not just really all about tax, but it's the quality of the product that they provide the customers. It is the customer service that the salespeople provide. And just like any business, this is quote unquote, people come to you because of good customer service and good quality product. The tax, of course, is to him, he said to me, and this is anecdotal, it's not as important as those two reasons why people come back: customer service and the quality of the product that he sells. So, with that said, I have one more question before I conclude my statement. Has there been because there have been claims from owners that their sales have dropped. So my question to you is, has the remittance of taxes actually dropped within the last 6 months compared to the 6 months of the previous fiscal year?
The
black market and
right. So the answer is no. To the speaker's point, to the operator, Mr. Hannigan's point, that last year, year over year, we didn't have adult use. So it's hard. It's not apples to apples to identify that. However, looking at that, it's cyclical, so we're kind of in a lull right now for the industry during this time of year. We still are projecting quite a bit more revenue, almost $300,000 more in revenue this fiscal year. But again, it's difficult to identify the medicinal use versus adding adult use. But as of right now, it continues to rise.
that's good news, because obviously, if we are to lower the tax to what is being suggested by one of our owners here, to 5%, that's to me quite low. We want to generate revenue, and one of that is sales tax. And obviously, those that need the product or need the cannabis or marijuana, they have to pay the tax, just like people buy alcohol and buy alcohol and cigarettes, despite the added tax that the state has passed, Proposition 10, et cetera, People, adult folks, will use it. The one that I wanted to address is the suggestion from Councilmember McConnell regarding, how do we stop the black market or minimize the black market from stealing or taking away revenue from us. So with what you suggested, Councilmember McConnell, to use part of, use part of the money to enforce in terms of enforcement, that folks that do violate or do black market be caught and be prosecuted. Because we don't want to support those businesses, the black market. So again, I will go ahead and support the recommendation of 7% and see how that goes in the next 6 months. And then we can always go back and reevaluate. Because I don't want to see a sudden drop of tax revenue because we're going to reduce it too low. So I will go with your staff recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Nyhoff, did you have a comment on that?
Just a comment on the enforcement side, and it's an expenditure of funds, so the city council would have to vote to amend the budget to do that, regardless of what. And so certainly, if you wanted to do that, you could do that, but it's something we would do separately from this action. It would be a budget amendment to increase expenses to some level. So we can certainly work on that, but that would be a different action than this one.
Further discussion.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Nyhoff. Councilmember Meissner?
Thank you, Vice Mayor DuCosta. I have a question for Mark or Joanna. So there's other factors that drive the retail cost, and I never even considered that the rents in our community are probably lower than our neighboring cities, and so that's all part of how the retail is coming out to be, how it's penciling out. So I know you don't have the answer to that, but I'm curious. So you describe in the report on page 7 of the HDL report, it's page 289 of the PDF, the fees, comparative fees in other cities. Can you speak a little bit more about that, a little more specifically compared to what we charge? If you have that information in front of you.
Thank you. Fees, of course, as you know, have to be directly related to the cost of providing the service of regulating the industry. And so when you look at those fees, the ones that are higher reflect a more intensive regulatory process, sometimes a greater amount of oversight. Some counties and cities are including within their annual permitting fees a annual financial audit for the businesses, because it's such it's on a cash basis almost entirely. So making sure that the reporting is all accurate is important to a lot of communities. They may also require a number of compliance inspections each year, anywhere from 1 to 4 for that. And there may be other inspections from fire department or other agencies that may get rolled into that. So all of that becomes just a reflection of the, not a matter of saying we want to charge high fees. It's a function of we want to have more oversight of the industry as we go along. In your case, I think that one of the things that when you look at the lower fees that you have relative to so many others, that reflects the fact that you have a well-established number of operators here. And so that you have good relationships with them, and I think that there's an amount of trust that comes over time. Mm-hmm. With a lot of communities, they do not have an existing industry, and they don't know what to expect of the industry that may move in, and so there's more of a less reluctance to give them free rein in that way, and so they want to provide a lot more oversight until they get to a better comfort level with them.
Great, thank you. So the sort of been a moving target, obviously, because there's been so many changes over time as this becomes as it becomes legal. And the 10% that we have, I remember, I wasn't on council, but I remember sitting in the audience and we had various dispensary owners. This is not saying that every dispensary owner approved it, but they were sort of saying it was like in a city that was coming out of bankruptcy, it was dangling in front of us, you could get 10% of this, you could get sales tax of 10%. And I think that was very enticing to the city council at the time, and they passed it and it was approved. And then, then all of a sudden Councilmember McConnell listed off the state taxes, and really that's where we should be pushing, but probably, we can't tell them not to tax us, so unfortunately that's not going to happen. There's this challenge. We definitely want to be competitive with the other cities that are entering the cannabis industry that are right next door to us. And what we have is we have the revenue, and we're very appreciative of it. It's baked into our budget, whereas for these cities that are embarking on it, it's going to be new revenue. So it's easier for them to say, "Oh, we're going to charge lower taxes." That's just the way it is. I think this is the right structure right now. I think going forward, we might continue to look at the bigger picture, like the fees and whatnot, as we decide on what the sales tax will be. And we always have the ability to adjust. And as we have more data that we can use to compare, and I know that this last couple of years has been difficult because of the changes. So I appreciate all the work that's been done, and I'm ready to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sunga?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Supervisor, you have one of the pages with states, cumulative state and local taxes. On your total city tax, as we stand now, you said we're charging as much as 16.54%?
Yes.
So with the 7%, how much will the total tax that these dispensaries will be paying?
We did provide another table that showed the effect of the recommended rates and what that would add up to cumulatively, and that brings down the total city tax, including sales tax, to 10.25%
26. Okay.
From 16.
So it's not just the 7% that we're be collecting.
Yeah. Now this is applying all of the different tax rates at, again, a generalized rate or price structure.
Okay. Thank you. Joanna, you mentioned that with that 7%, other cities, we're still comparable as far as prices with other cities because of other fees that they pay that we don't charge. Is that including Benicia, you think?
So we're comparable, I think, in a broader scale. As Mr. Lovelace shared, we have an established regulatory structure here. We have relationships built, and so our fees are quite a bit lower. We have one regulatory fee annually, and then aside from the traditional business building related fees, planning fees, we don't charge anything extra for cannabis, especially in comparison to some of the other jurisdictions that charge background checks or hired a consultant to do all of their process for them. So it's quite a bit different. I think we are comparable at the end of the structure with vertical integration. So if we really want to encourage that activity, vertical integration, I think, is one opportunity. And then, as Councilmember Meissner shared, we can look at it in the future, and as those other industries start coming up with their sales and their activity, we can look at it again again and lower retail again, if that seems to be, if those revenues are kind of exchanging there. But certainly, I don't want to say that it's apples to apples. It's not. It's really, really difficult to say that we're the exact same, and it also is different for each different industry type. So cultivation, a lot of cities that, after us in 2011, as recently as 2016 and 2018, they've set per square foot, which is different than our regular structure, which is just a straight gross receipt. So I think we are comparable at the end of the chain, but certainly our retail rate is a little bit higher than some of the other identified comparable cities.
Okay. So how soon can we look at it again if it doesn't work anytime, or?
We can look at it anytime. So right now we collect our Measure C tax monthly. So we have very regular reports coming in from our finance department on what those receipts look like. So at any time, staff can provide a monthly, quarterly, biannual report to the council just to, as we monitor those. But we are regularly monitoring them even now.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we approve these people to do business in our city. I think it behooves us to help them survive, to help them be competitive, and I just want to, I know we have to lower the rate, the tax rate, but I don't know how far we're going to have to lower it for them to be able to compete with our surrounding cities like Benicia and American Canyon soon. Although I believe what Councilmember Verder-Aliga said about the customers and good service, I also have to believe that we have to do everything as a city to support our businesses and help them survive. So based on what you say, I will agree with the recommendation, although I hope it's lower, but we can revisit that later. Staff's recommendation, and I'll support that tonight. So I just want to thank you for doing this for our local businesses. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sunga. I just have a couple questions, kind of more technical questions. Why does the percentage cost of the markup increase so much between each transaction level? Just curious.
The markup for for each business, those are based on some data that we have, research that we've done to try to look at how different businesses are structured, and I try to emphasize that these are some generalities. The overall chain of these businesses, as product moves from cultivator to distributor to manufacturer, in some cases back to distributor and then to retailer, the chain can look very different depending upon the specific product. It may go through a series of a number of manufacturers as it goes to an extract to an edible or to whatever. So there can be quite a variation in what that can look like. These are generalities. We expect that over time, remember we're just over 1 year into this grand experiment in California, but we imagine that as we have more years under our belt, we'll start to see these norms kind of normalizing, I guess.
Sure. And then, so if hypothetically, one of our retailers has a cultivation, site somewhere outside of town, and then they distribute to themselves, are they paying the tax on the transaction to themselves?
The state tax is paid on the product,
right?
And the local tax would be that would be a matter of the specific structure. In terms of it, if you have a cultivator and they're doing a part of their operation, or if you have a business and they're doing part of their operation outside of the city, then of course they're going to have to be permitted within the city or county that they're located in, and they will have to pay whatever tax and permitting structure exists in that jurisdiction, regardless of what you have here. And so their profits that are generated from that aspect of it, presumably that community is going to want to hold on to that piece.
Mm-hmm. So So it really makes sense, based on the staff's recommendation, for them to have all of those operations and do the micro business here in Vallejo. It looks to me.
Yeah, I think so. One thing I want to note, though, is if it's staying within the same business as far as what the city is charging, we're not charging throughout the different industry types. It's only when it's exchanging hands with another business. Okay. And so, yes, there will be, depends on the other jurisdiction, but as far as we're concerned, as long as it's within the same business, that vertical business, it wouldn't be charged until it exchanged either business or to the end customer.
Mm-hmm. And have you had any conversations with the retailers in regards to, is there a reason behind why so few of them have gotten the manufacturing, the cultivation? Like, is there challenges coming from the city in obtaining those, or from the state, that perhaps we can help them with?
So the retailers I've talked to, there are a couple different challenges. One, of course, we just passed all of our, hopefully, semi-final changes to all the ordinances in December with land use and our kind of modified regulatory structure with that land use addition for retail. So, and with the amortization as well. So I think there's that piece that's still fairly new. The other one is we do have three, at the last time I checked, we had 3 minor use permits in the planning department, and they're working through their process and working with the operators, because for some of them this is a new process. The whole land use permitting is a new process, so making sure that we have all of the proper documentation, the site plans, everything that is required throughout those processes. And then there are a few hang-ups with the state having to do with how the license types interact within the same facility. So license types aren't supposed to cross, but corridors sometimes cross. And so I went out and on our annual inspection last week to all the 11 operations and talked to some of them about it. I think from the city's perspective, if corridors are crossing different license types at the state level, we're less concerned, as long as the state is authorizing that the hallway can be used for both business types, as long as the actual interior rooms are identified one or the other. So the final piece with that would be to have the permit that allows for them to have up to 3. There's some question on whether they'd have to shut down for some period of time at the state licensing level while they're applying for their other permit. So some of these things we're helping them work through. It's a complicated process, and the state sometimes doesn't even know. Now with the final regulations, I think we'll start seeing a little bit more, but the state is inundated at this point with trying to turn over temporary licenses, which 10 of our 11 have. We have one kind of permanent annual license that has been given to one of our operators. So it's quite a process, and so I'm in communication with them. I always let them know that the city's here to help. We want to support our businesses, and so whatever we can do within the confines of our local ordinances and our regulatory structure, then we do.
Okay, and then I would also like to see a lower tax. I'm willing to allow until for 6 months. We'll just kind of monitor it and watch as the surrounding areas open up. But 6 months from now, even though it goes into effect July 1st, so that we're very quickly able to see kind of the impact as the other dispensaries around us are opening. Because I don't want to, they're struggling already trying to get all of their business lines up and operating. They don't have access to capital like a regular business does. They have all these, risks that they're taking from the federal level. And I want to make sure that we're able to make sure that they are able to be sustainable and able to grow in our space. So I want to watch that very closely. Council's pleasure. Where am I?
I would like to offer that we approve, we are offering, well, what are we doing here? This is just a study session, so we're not doing anything.
They just want to do it.
We don't need a motion. There's no motion on the agenda, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving along to item 8B. Oh, yes. Can we bring back Councilmember Brown? Thank you. It's all good. It's okay. All right, as Councilmember Brown comes back into the room, we will be moving forward with 8B.
This item is an amendment to General Plan 2040. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of intention to prepare an amendment to General Plan 2040 to reduce the allowed minimum residential densities to 16 dwelling units per acre in 4 General Plan land use designations: District, North Gateway, Central Corridor, Neighborhood Corridor, and Business Limited Residential.
Madam Vice Mayor, upon Council's recommendation and consultation with the FPPC, I will disqualify myself based upon possible conflicts of interest on one of my businesses.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Afshar Hamid, and I'm the planning manager with the Community and Economic Development Department. Tonight's proposal is actually an amendment to the General Plan 2040, and it is a resolution of intent to prepare an amendment to the general plan. This does not require an action tonight. It's simply before you to get some feedback and input, and then it will go through the process of going through the Planning Commission and then coming back to the council for a formal vote. The proposal tonight is to reduce the allowed minimum density to 16 dwelling units per acre in 4 areas of the general plan: the North Gateway, the Central Corridor, Neighborhood Corridor, and Business Limited Residential. The reasons for this recommendation are to be more economically responsive with a density range that will allow Vallejo to be more competitive in the marketplace, to be more responsive to the shifts in the market conditions, and to allow for a more flexible product, whether it be townhomes or multifamily or more dense type of product. And also to be an economic catalyst to facilitate mixed use and infill development. The city, as part of the Planning Commission review process and our next steps, we will be required to maintain a sufficient quantity of land with appropriate zoning and adequate infrastructure for local fair share of regional housing needs allocation, the RHNA numbers. And we will evaluate that as part of the Planning Commission review process to be in compliance with SB 1333. And we will confirm those. As part of the early review for the resolution of intent, staff did look at the comparable densities with similar sized cities. So we looked at Richmond, Hayward, Concord, as well as Fairfield. And in similar sized cities and corridors and mixed use areas, the reduction in density would be comparable to other corridors as well. Staff also, in this early evaluation, spoke to brokers, developers, owners of properties, and evaluated the context of the site. And we believe that this will allow for a much more feasible standard. Staff's recommendation tonight is that the intent retains the city's long-term vision while allowing for market fluctuations, and encouraging development sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamid. Any comments, questions from council? Don't all jump at once. Councilmember Meissner?
Oh, since this is just a study, another study session, so there's nothing to approve? And
There actually is a resolution of intent in the packet. It's not a required resolution, but it would be nice if you would consider it.
so I would like to offer that we adopt the resolution of intention to prepare an amendment to the General Plan 2040 to reduce the allowed minimum residential densities to 16 dwelling units per acre in 4 General Plan land use designations: District North Gateway, Central Corridor, Neighborhood Corridor, and Business Limited Residential.
Motion carries with Mayor Sampine absent and Councilmember McConnell abstaining.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the former item 8E, now 8C. City Clerk.
This item is a public access cable television services agreement for Vallejo Community Access Television, and the recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute a public access cable television services agreement with the VCAT, providing interim funding for operations for the remainder of fiscal year 18-19 in an amount not to exceed $30,000 in a form that is approved by the city attorney.
Evening. So we'll be here this evening to let you know that Vallejo Community Access Television, which as you're aware provides public access television to the community, has approached the city to indicate that they are in need of approximately $30,000 more to maintain operations through the remainder of this fiscal year. This is in addition to $12,500 that was granted in November. And so just to take an opportunity to clarify, while the city does receive restricted funding through the Digital Infrastructure and Video Competition Act, that is considered PEG funding, and it can be used only for capital purchases. And so for operational funding, it would be a general fund expenditure. We do have sufficient funding in the IT budget. And we have also spoken with BCAT about working with them to receive a request for our upcoming budget process for the next fiscal year. But we wanted to come and let you know that our recommendation would be to work with them on an agreement to grant this interim funding to get them through the remainder of this fiscal year. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before I take comments and questions from council, I do have 2 speaker cards. Each speaker will have 5 minutes, starting with Ryan Massano and then Sherry Prewitt. And please, no comments from the crowd while speakers are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of this television. A dime of taxpayer money going for this. I'm in favor of NPR, PBS. I don't think taxpayer money going for any of this is a good idea. I mean, videotaping the proceedings here seems to be going on apace. This isn't money for that. I don't think it's a very profitable use of the city's money when money for the city is in short supply. Also, as far as learning is concerned, or even communicating anything useful, television is probably one of the worst communication mediums in human history. There's probably been no worse communication medium, because when you look and see what our knowledge level and our wisdom and our virtue was like in the 1900s, early 1900s, before the television came along, we were so far superior to where we sit today. It is absolutely atrocious. We have now 25% of Americans are all that can pass a basic citizenship test. That didn't used to be the case. The average American is parked in front of the television for 9 years of their life. It's a total waste. So our technology has advanced to the point to where it added 10 years onto our lifespans. However, we now spend it in front of the television, which, I mean, who is that actually profiting? We've become, from a print-based society, which we evolved into in the 1500s when Gutenberg came up with the printing press, we've evolved into a site-based society where we see things. And we know that our brain, watching television, actually learns less than, it's working less than when we're asleep. It's a horrible way to communicate. I don't care if it's the most worthwhile idea in the world, television is the worst way to communicate it. Face-to-face contact is really essential because 80% of communication is body language. And television does a terrible job of doing that. The first debates in U.S. history that were meaningful were JFK and Nixon. And as I mentioned earlier, JFK won, although he was a charlatan, because he looked better on television. And so we've gotten to the point in our society where how you look, you just find a beautiful woman or a handsome man that talks well, and you put them up there and they could tell the greatest lies ever, and people are like, I like them, and they believe what that person says. Truth to us becomes what someone looks like, which is about the most shallow evaluation technique you could possibly come up with. And yet this is how elections and this is how politics is controlled with the media. It's not just television. Times Herald lies all the time, too, every day. I mean, we have the biggest coup in American history, the biggest political scandal. This is bigger than Watergate with the Russian collusion nonsense, which Fusion GPS had a document that was paid $12 million for by Hillary Clinton. The American public doesn't know this because Times Herald isn't doing their job, and VCAT isn't doing their job either. So we're being consistently deceived by the thousands, by the hundreds of thousands, by the tens of millions. And the average person who only has the newspaper, the television, Google, you're suckered. I mean, I hate to say it, and this is why I get these emotional responses, because nobody will get up here and say, I disagree with Ryan because this, and this, and this. They're too much of cowards. But we have these emotional responses because people are conditioned to believe certain things, and this is their reality. We have a groupthink phenomenon that's truly appalling. But television, as my earlier point, we need to go back to a print-based society. Reading, logic, the intellect, reasoning, these are the things that are superior. Intellect is superior to emotion. Reasoning is what separates us from the animals. We're supposed to be able to think things through. I have an idea, I use inductive or deductive logic to take that idea and follow it out to come up with keywords here, objective truth. Not a subjective truth, which is just true in my mind, an objective truth that is true for all time and all circumstances. Now, it takes a lot of work to get to an objective truth. And television, if that's what you're using to get there, will never get you there. Those who use the easiest methods to try to find truth are like, Thoreau talked about it, rivers and men both run crooked when they follow the path of least resistance. And that's what we have a massive society full of, crooked, because we're just following everywhere our puppet masters, who don't come here to talk, but from their headquarters at Google, television, the media, they sit here and they control us. They're puppet masters, they pull our strings, and we sit here and are dancing to their tune. And I think it's time for us to use our own minds and for us to assume among the powers of the universe the place that we were designed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Pruitt?
Good evening, council members and city management. I would like to bring to your attention of what VCAT does bring to the community. Unlike our regular television, we do not do commercials. What we do is we reflect the community. We don't have the regular shows that you see on television that don't educate, that don't bring some type of reality to what we're doing here in our community. Our shows reflect education, entertainment that is community-based, events. We work with the students with the Multimedia Academy. There are a lot of careers in television itself and media productions that many of the students who have taken the classes and worked with VCAT has gone on through college and has adapted to those type of careers of their choosing in media production. We also are partnering with the Vallejo Chamber to bring light to our business communities, to have them come on and talk about their business, and to bring the positive side to Vallejo. Unlike television in the normal sense, we are looking at our community. We serve not only Vallejo, we are able to, those who have AT&T can reach down to the South Bay. And as you know, print matter, there are still things that people do read. However, in this age of technology, there is no turning around. You can learn, educate yourself from programs on television, and it's very viable that we have our Vallejo Community Access television station here remain viable, get the support that's needed from our viewers, from our city. We are the only one in Solano County with a television station left. A lot of the PEG stations, which are larger, Sacramento, San Jose, they have the support of the city also, along with their members of the community. It's viable that we keep these resources so we can grow. My goal as the chair this year is to pattern ourselves off of KQED, who is a very successful public access station that brings in shows, information. Along with technology, we're able to stream it online for those who don't watch television. If you're not watching television, you're watching some type of electronic device. Even if you're reading, you can read your Kindle. So that does not take away from the basics. It only enhances and enriches what we need for our community, and I ask that you support and approve this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Comments and questions from council? Councilmember Sunga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. How much is the yearly funding that VCAT operates on? Her yearly budget? This is just for the rest of the year, right? So
that's correct. So the plan is for them to come back and provide a year budget, something that we can structure basically both the grants from the city and whatever funding they get from their members, from the citizens. So I do not have their yearly budget number.
Okay. A few years ago, when I was on my second term in the council, then Assistant City Manager Craig Witham and I met with the BCAT board. And before we did that, I went around public access television all over and get ideas on how they survive. So we provided the VCAT with information on how they fundraise. We're hoping that they do that, and they did not. I know they have one time had a good fundraising that raised a lot of money, but I haven't seen one since then. So I'm urging the manager to see if he can look at that. Fundraise. Vacaville is doing pretty good. They're self-sustaining. They don't require any funds from the city. And the way they did that is through reaching out and advertising. Not the regular advertising sense, because they can't do that, but they have ways to do it. And we provided that all to VCAT before. So I'm hoping that they will look at that again this time, so we can see if you can be self-sustaining based on that fundraising activities. So, thank you.
Mr. Nyhoff, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a very quick comment. So I've been here a year, and certainly absolutely support public access channel and VCAT. I think there's been a lot of conversations back and forth, Mr. Taylor and myself, about these funds that are available for capital improvements only, PEG funds. And so earlier in November, I made a decision. We collectively said, hey, let's help them out, because we want them to be here. We want them to be part of our community. This one was $30,000, so we wanted to bring this and just try to clarify. We have, capital. We do collect funds, PEG funds, for their capital needs, but the general fund has to pay this, and I didn't want to just approve another amount of money before bringing it to you. So we absolutely support this 100%, and we agree they're looking at how can we move this forward through fundraising, come up with funding for the operational side, and we certainly have been a support and will continue supporting them on the capital side with PEG funds. So just want to say we definitely support this, and we will be looking at the next year's budget, ask them to submit something if they want it, so we're not like worrying quarter to quarter on can they meet their bills, will they have to shut down and that type of thing. So hopefully we can get there, Councilmember Sunga, to have this be well-run, funded through donations and contributions, and we'll continue to support them on our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyhoff. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, pleasure of council. Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to offer that we authorize the city manager to execute a public access cable TV services agreement with the Vallejo Community Access Television, providing interim funding for operations for the remainder of fiscal year 2018-19 in the amount not to exceed $30,000 in a form that is approved by the city attorney.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Sampayan absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 8D. City Clerk.
The next item is 400 Mare Island Way, budget amendment and amendment to real property purchase and sale agreement. Recommendation is to adopt a resolution amending fiscal year 18-19 budget to allow for the purchase of 400 Mare Island Way for $13.45 million and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the real property and sale agreement and its first amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to just clear the screen for a minute here. So, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, members of the community, this is an item that we discussed at quite length 2 weeks ago when it came to the purchase of 400 Mare Island, the building there for the potential of having a police headquarters facility to replace our aged police building that we currently have. And I see the number of speakers growing even as we begin this item. So we were kind of looking at if we had a lot of speakers, we would want to kind of go through and explain more, somewhat like we did at the last meeting. So bear with us, but we want to make sure everybody's on the same page. Tonight, basically, we're doing the budget amendment that pays for what you approved at the February 12 council meeting, which is the acquisition of this property at $13.45 million. I want to say from the outset, I have seen quite a few emails with folks who have opinions regarding mostly the location and whether it's the correct location. We certainly respect that opinion, and I'm sure some from that we'll hear it tonight. But I thought, for me, I want to go back as how did we come to this conclusion? Met with Ken Sutsu for about an hour, and I think it was kind of helpful to go through the story on how we got here today. And certainly I'm going to do that for the community. So we've got some slides here. I'll go all the way back to August 2014 when the earthquake prompted various studies of stability and safety of the current police building. 2015-16, exploring the options, extensive remodeling, rehabilitation to address asbestos, lead issues, significant renovations, etc. And even including the fact that we looked at the city looked at a new police station. I wasn't here, so I was not part of that. But that's 2015-16. The estimated cost in that study was $100 million for a new police station. So when I arrived here, the city council had set aside some of the funds at a mid-year or excess funds at the end of the year to do some repair work, certainly to the HVAC system, to the electric system, because candidly the system was extremely aged and not operating. And we'll let the chief, who's lived in it for 5 years, if he wants to expand on that a little bit, he can do that. But I looked at that and said, you know, why, if we're looking at a new building, which is a goal of the city council, or renovate or replace facilities, that we wouldn't spend $3.8 million on a building such as that. And we actually were looking at a phase 2 of that being over $5 million. Wouldn't it be better to apply it towards a new facility if we were able to find one? Kind of went through that, kind of decided, well, we don't have anything available to us. We do need to fix the building, so let's go ahead and spend that. Public Works can move into that building when we do find a new location for police. So felt like we could move forward with that. All along, as we make that decision, we continue to do a site assessment, study assessment for what the police department would need long-term in a new building, and those cost estimates continue to grow every year. I think I actually saw one building, one city that said that costs for a new police facility that would range $100 million would go up about $350,000 per month, just because of construction costs, design costs, all the above. So we were moving towards the replacement when, if you look here in December 2018, an option was presented to us to purchase 400 Mare Island. Certainly at the kind of cost that they were offering that, we decided to pursue that. We toured it. It's a size of building which is nearly twice as large as the one the police department's currently in, and so we definitely pursued that option. I think that I would also say we did go through a lot of different scenarios. What would be the renovation costs? We've taken a look at that. And the land use side of it, we looked at some of the, if you want to switch to the next slide, I'll back up. On February 12th, which is the last council meeting, council moved forward to continue and sign the contract and move forward with the financing. So if you looked at it when it came to the cost perspective, what we were doing was looking at spending about $5 million to renovate a building to last 6, 7, 8 years, and then the same time we were saying, and continue looking at constructing a new one and a site for a new building. So we have a $30 million estimate, which we're looking at $22 million to renovate the existing building, plus the cost, which is $13,450,000 versus $100 million to build a new one. So when we look at that cost difference, I felt, and because the facility itself they were looking at a long-term lease to lease the second story of that building, and that lease would be for 5 years. I either was going to present this to the city council as an option in the community, or if I did nothing, the lease would be signed, we would see Paramount Pictures in there, the VA, and we would likely start seeing social services in that facility. And so we had to move forward soon, or that opportunity would go away. And I felt like if I made the decision not to present it to council, I've actually made a decision not to have this conversation about whether this makes sense for the community. So we moved it. We moved it quickly through. We ended up with negotiations with the owners, presented to the council and community at the last meeting of the contract, and today we're amending that budget. I think there's been a lot of comments about, is it the right location? And I think there's some great opinions on all sides of this, but I thought I would say to the council and to community, so the current facility has the VA, it's their office spaces, and they are going to be there for more than at least 10 years down the road. Paramount is again office space, and then what was being looked at to be leased was social services, which are all great uses, but I viewed them as office-type uses, which would be very similar to what the police department uses would be for their administrative, for communications, chief's offices. Customers would be coming in and out of the facility. So I did look at the land use, and we talked about that as a similar land use to what is currently there, and it looks like what would be there for years to come, which is an office type of use. So that's why we came up and felt that was important to know that use is similar, the police use is similar to what we see today. And then I think that we did look at what that means to have a police station downtown. And it means that there are police cars which will be coming from their shift out from the community. So they're out in the community patrolling. They're going to come in, and they have to drive through the downtown, or they have to drive Mare Island Boulevard, or they're coming in through the other direction. So it would actually increase visibility in our heart, our core, in the downtown. And we felt that would be a positive. We also felt the waterfront is a critically important area. We have our what I'll call one of our most treasured parks right there on the waterfront. It's right across the street from there. And then I always think that we would consider a civic center. You have City Hall right here, and you've now got the police department connected right here to the civic center. So those are a number of the conversations we had throughout the process. We looked at how do we finance the facility when it comes to renovations, and those will be things we'll work on. We have a 45-day period of time now to take a look at the structure, take a look at the design of the building, the layout of the building to make sure it works for us. And so tonight again is the resolution to amend the budget to actually fund the contract that we entered into at the last meeting. So I would like the police chief again to reiterate some of the comments we made. One of those is there are a lot of concerns about lights and sirens coming regularly from that. I think that's something the chief will address to the audience tonight. And then other comments about why the move is good, is important, and why it's necessary. And then we'll talk finally about the actual funding and where the budget amendment is, where the funds are coming from in the budget amendment. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. I won't go into too much about the physical building. I think we did that last time, and I think most people are in agreement the building that we're in currently is not suitable. But a couple of the main sort of highlights of that is our current building is about a little over 20,000 square feet. About 2,000 square feet of that is shut off because it's not healthy for our employees, because it's contaminated with lead and other substances. Even after several cleans in different ways in the building, it's still appearing. And it has been noted that it's in, the HVAC system and some other things. ADA is, was built back in the 60s. There's parts of the building where, much less community members, but our employees can't get to in certain situations if they have injuries, etc. And because of the space of our building, we're running 5 off-site sort of facilities that were never meant to be police officers and are draining the budget to maintain, et cetera, et cetera. And so, like I said, later, if there's more questions, I don't want to tie up too much of your time talking about the actual building. I think we're all sort of in agreement with that, if I can speak for everyone. In terms of the location, I would echo what the city manager said. I think it brings the police department into town to where we're often requested. When I started here about almost 5 years ago, there was a lot of talk for the downtown group about getting police officers downtown because there was such a need for their presence. At that point, we didn't have the staffing, and now the downtown group hires security guards to do essentially what the police couldn't do at that time. I think it's our access to Mare Island. That's another area that we get a lot of requests for our presence. I think it brings us down there, and I think it brings us around where kind of the hub and the heartbeat of the city is. I think it's an important thing to have the police there. It came up last time about our response from the police station. And so certainly occasionally the officers do respond from the station, but the vast majority of the response happens from in the field. And so, police are different than, I think a comparison that's easy for people to think of as a fire department. A fire department responds from the fire department, their stations. Police are out in the community in different beat systems, and then respond to emergencies predominantly from that system. And like I said, I went really quick here because I know we've gone through a lot, but certainly will answer any questions.
Thank you. We do have 12 speaker cards before I take comments and questions from council. I see Mr. Nyhoff has his light on again. I will first preface this by saying that because of the volume of speaker cards, we will give each speaker 3 minutes. Mr. Nyhoff?
Yeah, sorry, we just had one more slide that we wanted to cover, which is the actual, tonight's resolution is about amending the budget, so we did want to just cover this last one.
Thank you.
We waited too long in between, Chief, so we want one more slide and then we can go to the speakers. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So just revisiting the slide we had from last time is just kind of a reminder of where the source of funds are. We have $4.8 million coming from public building CIP funds, 3.5 of which was specifically designated for the current police building. We have miscellaneous CIP funds in the amount of $1.2 million. And then fleet budget savings, contingency funds, another $1.2 million. We had some corporation yard budget savings in the amount of $600,000 and a set aside for future HUD loan payments in the same amount. And then the remainder of the $5.05 million coming from general fund reserves. And as the city manager mentioned, tonight's action is the second step in the amendment of the budget. And then additionally, there's a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the real property purchase and sale agreement and its first amendment. And a hard copy of that amendment should be on the dais in front of you, which includes some minor additions from our city attorney's office that further delineate the various what makes up the sellers, and some additional clarifications to a few of the whereases. And then that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will start off with Barbara Gaia, Dahlia Vidor, and Tom Evans.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Gaia. I'm a 24-year homeowner, paid off my mortgage in town, and it's relevant to mention that I'm known as the 33-reason woman who's always telling anyone who will listen why this is the best city in the country to live. However, from 81 to 91, I lived in Napa, and I've made many complaints about what it was like living there. But the thing, I also worked at Napa State Hospital for 20 years. So for that first 10 years, it was constant. All I heard about Vallejo was how it's a big crime-ridden ghetto, and people would even talk about driving clear around the city. Or if they had to drive through it, they would tell all the kids to lock their door locks because they were so fearful. And then I moved to beautiful American Canyon before it was the city of American Canyon, and started shopping here, and I lived in Benicia for a year. And I started doing all my organizations and groups in here, and I started falling in love with the city. Don't get me started on all the reasons, but how no one is in a minority, and everyone lives together and gets along, and on and on. And so ever since then, for the next 10 years when I worked in Napa State Hospital, and now my major church is up there, and there's still this constant attitude of looking down the nose of Vallejo. And it drives me crazy, and I feel like I'm just nonstop defending the city. So I feel like I have two major objections to moving it down there, where we have our festivals and where people come from all over, and where people go for a nice, calm, peaceful walk along the waterfront. I just feel that moving it down there, I believe that, yes, it should be downtown. I remember it was on the corner of, I think, Sacramento and Georgia. I don't know why, maybe when the numbers got too low. But I just feel like it feeds right into this reputation that we're desperately trying to change in the entire San Francisco Bay Area. So that's my one reason. It just feeds right into that problem of the reputation. And police should know this more than anyone, what it's like to fight a community reputation. I heard one police officer said, well, you want the good guys down there. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone thought the police was the good guys? But there is a lot of cultural issues among some groups. The other reason is fear consciousness. I hear comments all the time that come from a point of consciousness of fear of crime. Well, I read the San Francisco Chronicle pretty regularly, and I believe the crime rate's down a lot. But everyone's acting like it's still this crime-ridden city, and it drives me absolutely bonkers. I'm going to end with a quote. I think it's a biblical quote, but that's not really my thing. It's that what you most fear will come to pass. It's yellow, so I can't give two examples, but I've lived and I've seen countless examples of people who live in a fear consciousness. Things happen to them. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dahlia Vidor.
Thank you, council members, City Manager Nyhoff, Chief Badou. Nobody disputes that you need a new location and that the building is falling apart. We all know that. This feels like a very hasty decision to me, that it came up in December and that it is just March and you're already jumping into this. I think this is a terrible location and a misuse of the prime real estate. There's going to be a loss of property tax when the building is taken over by the police. This is not good economic development, and it is not economic development at all. That real estate could be used for a 300-room full-service hotel that would be right on the waterfront within walking distance of the ferry building and the transit center. That would produce 300 to 600 new jobs in the city. It would the city would continue to receive property taxes, plus the TOT hotel tax, plus it would support the local businesses when the people staying there would eat at our restaurants and shop in our shops. And this would be a real investment in in Vallejo's true economic driver, which is tourism. So I don't think that that is the right location. I think they do need a new headquarters, but just not where it is on the waterfront there. I think that maybe downtown someplace, but just not right there on the waterfront, which would, I think, sully the view of the waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Evans, Ryan Misano, and Ann Carr following that.
I would like to know a couple of things. Has a thorough research of suitable other buildings available in Vallejo been done prior to the selection of the State Farm location as a new home for our police department? If that was not done, I suggest that maybe that would be a good idea, to look around and see if there are other buildings more suitable, less expensive perhaps than something on the waterfront. Research, of course, I know is a consideration at this point, because I know the decision to purchase a State Farm building is, in a sense, already been, an obligation. I don't know whether that could be postponed and give us a chance to research other sites or not, but that is something that, I would like to know. Is there a possibility to postpone this until we did a thorough research, if that has not been made already? I happen to think that the location of the State Farm building is a bad location. I did pay attention to the fact of what we just heard, that all police cars would not emanate from that location, but still there would be sirens occasionally. Tourists would hear that kind of thing. Occasionally a police car, I can't imagine a police car racing through a crowded event going on the green on some weekend. That's a terrifying thought, to think that that could ever happen. I think police there would reinforce the perception that tourists have that Vallejo is not a safe place. Too many police cars, too many sirens don't give a sense of safety. It gives a sense of a crime in our city. I think that the police department would be better placed in a more central location rather than on the edge of Vallejo, and that it would be better to be near a freeway rather than having to fight its way down through maybe perhaps crowded streets to get to a freeway. If we are starting from that location, that's what would happen. I think that there may be a better use of the building as we start developing and to see the progress on Mare Island. There's going to be a lot of things happen, a lot of ideas. I think that that building could be better a part of what we see as the general plan, the idea that we have for the general plan, than a police station located there. If a study is actually already determined that there's no other building suitable, such as the old Costco building or the old the Rayleigh's building, if a study's already found that there's nothing else available, then I apologize for my ignorance that a study like that has been made. Otherwise, I think we should look around. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Misano is next, followed by Ann Carr and Daniel Boone.
Good evening. I have to pinch myself because it's so incredibly unusual that I agree with most of the audience and most of the speakers, so I have to take advantage of that when I can. On this, I think the police do a great job. I think more notice needs to be taken on why it is that the police are as essential as they are today. Our crime rate from 1960 till today, if you take a look at the FBI crime rate across the nation, is true of Vallejo as well, has gone up dramatically. Take, for instance, the rape rate in 1960 was about 9 per 100,000. It's now at 30 officially, and probably unofficially it's closer to 100 due to police cooking the books. I don't know about here, but I know in other locales it has been done. And women don't report it as much because men who look at porn, which is practically everyone, has women don't report it because they expect the blowback. So that's an unfortunate, very unfortunate thing. But we need to, I think, take a look at the roots of why we have this crime. And we as a community, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So a lot of these problems we can take care of ourselves. The police, expanding the police force is basically a Band-Aid for problems we're creating, especially the fatherless issue that I talked about. Drugs is another one, lack of education. Our kids are doing abysmal in our schools. Reading and history and civics and math comprehension are horrible as compared to 100 years ago. So we're creating mindless drones. I mean, if that's what the facts are looking at, they're telling us. You look at the graduation rates, 30% of our 12th grade graduates are competent in math and English. I've said the stat many times. I don't want to bore anyone, but I know there's people who have not heard that, so repetition is the mother of learning. But I also think we have to look at California. I think and I think a lot of people would agree with me, we're looking at a possible severe economic downturn. What are we going to do when that happens? We had one in 2007. What happens when the next one happens? What are we going to do? When we're shelling out money for some of these projects, when it comes time to pay, what are we going to do? Where's the money going to come from? When we don't get the property taxes, when the housing market crashes, which likely it will in the next 3 to 5 years, what are we going to do for the lost income that we get from that? So we have to be able to plan ahead, be wise about this, because there's a lot of actions that if we take them now, future generations, as I mentioned before, there's people that are not even born that are going to be suffering from some of these choices. I also think we need to look at the cost to refurbish the existing police department. Look at that. And I hear police roaring past my office, so I don't know if those are the first responders or what, but it tells me that perhaps they are coming from the police department. I could be mistaken on that. But thank you.
Thank you, Ann Carr, then Daniel Boone, and Gretchen Zimmerman.
Good evening, Council and Vallejoans. My name's Ann Carr, Vallejo native and resident and homeowner. I talked the last time we talked about this issue about the location of the waterfront and how we have festivals. I didn't mention the traffic that's down there for the festivals, and I think there's a concern with having the police department there and their traffic impeding and it with basically one of the major tourist attractions for Vallejo. But I want to talk about money tonight, and I think my concern is that this whole exercise has been very hasty, and I'm concerned that due diligence has not been done about the financial aspects and about other options. I want to point out a couple of things. Regarding the renovation costs for the police department, I understand that the city plan is to put public works in the current police department, so we would actually pay the renovation costs whether or not the police department is in that building. It does sound like the police have outgrown their building and repairs need to be made. I think no one begrudges that, but the idea is this the only solution, and what are the total costs? So the council is being asked to approve $13.4 million to purchase this building, but the real cost is actually unknown because you'll need at least $22 million. You don't actually know how much you need to convert the building. So what are the true conversion costs? I think you have to know that to make a decision. And then what is the source of the money for the extra 22, whatever the amount of money is above the purchase price? It seems to me the council really has to insist on actually knowing what the renovation costs are going to be. I also want to talk about the alternatives. It's been said that a new police department would cost $100 million. I looked around at some police departments that have been built recently, and the actual cost ranged from $20 million in Brentwood to $92 million in Palo Alto. Palo Alto being special, though, because they have some of the most expensive real estate in the entire state, as a matter of fact. Salinas built a new fortified police department for $56 million, and that was a 44,000 square foot building. So I would really want to drill down and say, is it really $100 million? You need due diligence. And the last part about due diligence is there are other buildings that would provides 60,000 square feet here in Vallejo right now, and I expect that if you went to their owners, they would also be willing to make a very good deal, and probably deals that are less expensive. Maybe not as glamorous, but you'd have plenty of square footage at the old Rayleigh's, at the old Food for Less, and the old Costco. Thank you very much.
Daniel Boone, then Gretchen Zimmerman, and Nikki Dwyer.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I absolutely want the police to have the facilities they need, but location is not a trivial thing. This is right on our waterfront. This is what people are going to see when they come to town. Oh, Vallejo's in such bad shape, they had to give the police the best real estate in town. It doesn't make sense. And just because it's more office use where there are offices, that putting an office building right there on the waterfront wasn't a great decision when it happened. Before, we don't need to stick to our bad decisions just because we made them in the past. So we want to look at 5 or 10 years down the road. What do we want our waterfront to look like, and is this really where we want our large police department? Police precinct there, fine. And to what other people said, there have to be other buildings in Vallejo that would suit this or could be adapted, and probably at much lower cost. And we need to, if I'm going to go buy a new roof for my house, I don't just take the first bid. I go out and get different bids, and I weigh the options and the cost and the quality, and I think we need to do that with this. We need to see it's not just either the old station or a new one or this one. There's got to be other options. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Nikki Dwyer, followed by David Belliff and Linda Crawford.
Vice Mayor, I think Mr. Boone was supposed to go.
Sorry. Yes, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nikki Dwyer. I have lived here for 48 years in Vallejo. My husband is a native of Vallejo, except for 6 years. He's lived here for 74 years. And yes, the police department needs a new police department. But the location down here at the waterfront is not very wise. And the reason is this. We have had so much negativity about what has been happening with the police department. One of the things was with the hoax. And with the hoax, we paid over $2 million out. And with other things, we paid many millions of dollars out. We don't want our town to be shown that we are a violent community. If we have police cars running when the festivals are going on, what's going to happen? People are not going to be able to hear what's going on around there. The things we also need is that everyone in Vallejo needs to know what has happened about that. I didn't know this until I heard about a survey, and there were over 1,040 people who registered for the survey, and 72% no, do not move the police department to the waterfront, but the other 28 said yes. There are other locations I worry about for those of us who are not on the western area of Vallejo, but those of us who are on the central, north, south, and east. We can't have all the different police departments because we couldn't afford it. And I know people say, oh, we'll have our police cars out. Recently, a friend of mine was at Safeway on Admiral Callahan Lane, and she was robbed. And the Safeway store security said, oh, that's all right, don't worry about it. You would be charged because the person who grabbed her purse hit her, and she turned around and hit him in the nose. And then another guy behind her took a knife and cut her purse off of her. And my first thing to her was, thank God you weren't knifed. But the thing is, Any one of us, I've gone there, I don't know what time she went, but I've gone there at night because I need to get medicine for my husband. And she called the police, 911, and they said it would take 8 to 12 hours. So she said, the heck with it. She called her brother who was in the FBI, and he said, you need to get yourself a gun. She used to live in Texas where she could carry an unconcealed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel Boone, my apologies for not putting you in the right order. And then will be David Bellis.
Honorable Vice Mayor and council members, these are taxpayer dollars. You're talking about 13.45 million of them. You have fiduciary duties. We heard tonight that this problem arose with the earthquake in 2014, has been known about since 2015, 2016. We're in 2019. Where is the list of other properties that the city has rolled up its sleeves, gone out, and made a list? We have a list of 10 other properties we've looked at. Here is our financial analysis that shows why this property at 400 Mare Island Way is the best possible choice we could get. Taxpayer dollars, fiduciary duty. Shouldn't we want the best location at the best price? Instead, apparently this deal fell into the city's lap in December, and now in February, we're going to jump off the cliff and spend $13.5 million taxpayer dollars without fiduciary duty and due diligence, without knowing where the rest of the money is going to come from. On a handout at the back table, it says, we don't know where we're going to get the additional 20 million. If it is 20 or 50 or 100, we'll maybe ask for a new tax. So I'm urging you, if no list has been made, if no financial comparison has been made, then you're not living up to your fiduciary duties. I also want to bring up the Brown Act problem, which I wrote you all an email about this. The action you take tonight is not going to fix the Brown Act problem that you created on February 12th. Thank you to Councilman Sunga, who disclosed at the regular public meeting that the decision was actually made behind closed doors in a closed meeting in violation of the Brown Act. And the contract was executed the next day. You're building a house on top of a flawed foundation. It's rotten from the ground up. You're not fixing the Brown Act problem. That the original contract is voidable. So don't take this action. Thank you.
Thank you. David Bellis, followed by Linda Croward and Daryl Edwards.
Thank you, council and staff and chief and audience. I'm David Belliff, a longtime resident here in Vallejo on Edgemont. I've sent an email to most all of you already. I appreciate it. I got responses even at midnight from some of you. I really appreciate it. I spoke to some of you in person about this. One point, I don't want to rehash a whole lot of the things that other people have said. So I wasn't even planning on speaking, but as I was walking by, I heard a few other comments from others that I thought I might respond to. I do appreciate a lot of the work that has gone into thinking about this project and the needs of the department and some of the solutions. I appreciate that. I also appreciate that where you have concerns about, well, what might end up in that building if not the police, if we don't get it. One thing I'll say is, if we do buy this piece of property after our due diligence, whatever that might entail, maybe we'll luck out and not have to put the police in there for the betterment of the waterfront, as many people have always suggested. I don't think it's a good location for many reasons, and one simply is it's not central. But there are many other economic as well as other reasons why it's not best. I have yet to see a police department on a waterfront in the
the state of California yet. I'm sure there must be one somewhere, but I'm not aware of any of them. The waterfront is an economic generator and should remain so, as well as recreational. We talked about police being more visible downtown, and I appreciate that. I think that's great. Mare Island, we wanted more police on Mare Island downtown, but I don't see how just having a station there should change the fact we could just simply add beats. We could have more walk patrols, we could have more bike patrols, we just have more officers down there whether we're located downtown or not. Either way, we can still have more police presence there. So I don't think having the physical building there should really alter that fact much. A couple other small things. We voted for this council, in my opinion, and a lot of the people that I've spoken to, because we wanted to change the way things were done in the past. And a lot of the mistakes that many of the people in this community thought were made previously. And so with this new council that we've had in the past few years, I think has done a really, really good job. And I would hate to see us step backwards and repeat mistakes that were done in the past. If we do end up owning this property, which is a piece of property that probably should never have been sold to begin with, I ask, is this building going to need the $5.5 million that the city of San Francisco has added to their Bayview project? They are doing a $165 million police department right now. They just broke ground on it. They had to add another $5.5 million to drill into bedrock. Is this an issue that we're going to have to contend with? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda Croward.
Hi, it's Linda Howard. Sorry. Hi, council members. This is my first time speaking to you. I'm a homeowner in Vallejo for the last 4 years or so. And I love Vallejo. And I'm telling everyone I know how much I love Vallejo. But it is mind-boggling to me that the city thinks we have prime waterfront property, which is not available very much anymore. And the fact that you think it should be used for even just office space is mind-boggling to me. We have an opportunity, and we just don't, over and over, we don't seem to take it. And I voted some of you in because I believed your vision was going to the future of Vallejo. But if that building is continued to use, which it will be forever, if the police move in there and it stays office buildings, to me that tells me that that is not what your vision is, the vision that I voted you in, believing that that was your vision. So, nothing against the police, of course, but let's move forward with Vallejo. Let's not stay where we are or go backwards. So anyway, please, I don't even know if it's possible to change your decision, but please think about that and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl Edwards, and then Ken Sutsu, finishing up with Charlie Peters. If any other individuals wish to speak on this item tonight, please make sure you get me your cards by the time Daryl's done.
Good evening, Council. Daryl Edwards, a very concerned citizen regarding this matter. I first off want to thank Councilmember Verder-Aliga and Councilmember McConnell for voting against this project last week, based on the facts that were presented to you. I don't care if there's a police department on the waterfront in Dubai or Jamaica or anywhere else. We don't want a police department on the waterfront. Based on a sampling this past week, 78% of the people that we sampled didn't want a police department on the waterfront. We do need a police department, a new and improved one. But it should not be on the waterfront. There should be maybe a hotel or something that is going to draw help with our economic development in this town. So I'm going to ask one of the council members that voted for this to please recall this vote. One of you. It just takes one to recall this vote and let the citizens of Vallejo to be able to speak more in the future on this project, and maybe some more ideas can come out. But I believe that you made the wrong decision last week, and there's one more opportunity to do this again with a vote, unless the contract falls through. So just one of you, please step forward and recall the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Ken Sutsu, followed by Charlie Peters, and that will finalize our speakers.
Good evening, City Council and my fellow citizen. First of all, I want to thank City Manager Mr. Nyhoff, who gave me more than an hour to meet with his team and talk about some of the detail. So today, my focus will still be on the money and also how this thing is presented to us. First of all, today's agenda item is actually have two parts. One is about amending the budget, and the second part is amending the purchase order, the purchase agreement. And I think it's very confusing to mix the two of them. For example, on the second one, which is amending the purchase and sales agreement, there's one thing which basically the staff recommendation is to remove the financial contingency. I think Mr. DuCosta last time spent a lot of time just trying to make sure the contingency clause is complete, so the city get covered. But somehow, for example, it's financial contingency doesn't mean because the city can come out with this 13.5 million, then this financial contingency should be removed. So I don't know why the city staff recommended that. Okay, so let's go back to the money, because the financial part. First of all, very often we say the devil is in the detail. If you look at this presentation here, basically we say, okay, acquisition of 400 Mare Island Way. If you look at the resolution, one item of the resolution reads, whereas the city intends to pursue public funding for the estimated 20 million. And then there's also another one which is reimburse. Once we get the public financing, we reimburse the city for the 13.5 million. So for me, this is just, we are going to have a bond. So is this, we are asking the city council to approve a bond of 35 million and to be put on some kind of a ballot in the future or not. So this is kind of the detail we need to look at. And also, if you look at, there's a lot of defunding project. I hope you will look at this. The last thing which I want to say is, please elaborate your vote today. If either you vote yes or no, please let the citizen know why did you make that decision based on all the detail. Because I think we wanted to know where's your priority. Okay, where's your priority? I think that people wanted to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Peters.
Yes, good evening, Council. My name is Charlie Peters. I came to Vallejo first time forever, other than to visit a business here locally, yesterday. And in particular, I wanted to comment about coming here this evening to possibly make a presentation. I was driving down the street, and I said, I wonder where the city council's at. I'm lost. I don't know what to do. And I said to the person I was talking to on the phone, I said, I see a policeman. I'm going to see if there's somebody there. So I made an appropriate U-turn and pulled into this space. I said, he's gone. And then I saw that he had moved. So I pulled up beside him and I tooted my horn, and he rolled down the window. And I said on the phone, I said, you watch this, I'm going to get a police escort. Well, I did. He says, follow me. I'm headed for the city hall. So I followed him, and then I rolled down my window. I said, can you tell me where I could park? And he's told me. Everything that I've seen here is absolutely incredibly delightful. I would suggest that an organized effort to solve this problem probably wouldn't work very well. With the Internet of everything, we're going to create a food fight. I think if we can respectfully create conversation and invite people to be a part of that conversation, it's not about organized, it's about creating respect and appropriate additional consideration, that might be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. That is it for public comments. Comments and questions from council? Nobody has any comments. Councilmember Verder-Aliga?
Yes. Good. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I was trying to figure out the microphone. I have a question on the staff recommendation on how we are going to vote. So there's two votes that we need to make. Okay, one is to adopt the resolution amending the fiscal year 2018-2019 budget. And the reason we have to do that is because we are going to use the funds, the reserve funds. Is that the reason for that amendment?
Correct. So as we covered at the last council meeting, and then this is the second step in the process to amend the budget, we provided notice of intention to do so on February 12th. And then tonight you'd actually be taking the action to amend the budget to allow for this use of funds as summarized in the chart for the purchase of the building.
Okay, because right now the general fund that's recommended to be used the reserve fund is actually unallocated right now, correct? Because we have 22 million in reserve.
Correct.
Right, and then can you go back to the previous slide, please? And so then the other item we need to vote on is adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the real property purchase and sale agreement in its first amendment.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, okay, good. So, thank you for the clarification. So now I'm going to say something briefly. You all know that I voted no with Councilmember McConnell. It was actually 2 weeks ago, and it's one of those votes where I am in the minority, because usually I'm in the majority, but that's just a side comment. And the reason I voted no is because it was the right vote. It was the right thing to do, based on many reasons that was stated already by many of the speakers this evening. So, but just to summarize, when I voted no, it was not a vote against the police department or any of the police officers who actually protect our citizens and protect our city and make sure that we are safe. So, and it's also, the no vote also did not mean that I do not agree with the replacement or finding a location for the police department. I support the idea back during the day last March when we did the goal-setting session. One of the priorities that we discussed at that time was to find a new building or renovate the police department because of its very deplorable condition. So that is a no-brainer. I fully acknowledge that the police department needs a new building. However, the decision to locate it at the waterfront is the wrong location. And most of the folks here have stated that already. So, I will, like I said, my Darrell Edwards stated earlier and made the plea to one of my colleagues here who voted yes. So I'm just going to reiterate your request to my fellow colleagues. And I don't know how that's going to impact the vote. I know that it's a maybe the city attorney can explain that. If there is one of my colleagues should so change their minds, how is that going to affect what was already voted on 2 weeks ago? I mean, I just wanted to know procedure, in terms of procedure. Madam Attorney.
So a yes vote is required for this action to proceed.
Okay. So
nobody needs to change their minds as to the last vote or take any action as to the last vote. This action that's presently before you today is necessary for this action to continue moving forward. Did I say it again?
Speak up.
I said that nothing needs to happen with regard to the last action. The action is done. For this purchase to keep occurring and keep on track, it is this action that needs to be approved.
Okay. So you need 4 votes of a yes vote for this to proceed and continue, to continue.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So, but if 4 people vote no, then it will not continue. The purchase is not going to continue, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. I'm just asking for clarification because there may be some change of minds. But like I said, I just wanted to state that, reiterate in what I just said 2 weeks ago. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So there were a whole bunch of questions raised, and I was wondering maybe we could get some of the answers. I don't know, probably between the chief, our assistant city manager, our city attorney. And I might need help because I can't read my own writing. Well, I wanted to, first off, so I mentioned at the last meeting that this building was built back in 2004. You know, that was probably not the right thing to do. I mean, I think it was pulled out of the master plan incorrectly, but, you know, that ship has sailed and that building is sitting there. And it's privately owned, which is a challenge for our waterfront. So, and it's office building. So what I wanted to know actually is, with our general plan and it's privately owned and it's currently office buildings, what options does the city have to change the use of that building besides outright buying it? And maybe, so if you want to answer that question first, and then I can go on to the other ones that are the ones at the audience.
I don't think I have any options. So the property owner would need to consent to or apply for a use permit to change the designation. So unless the city controls it, is not in a position to change the use. The applicant would need to come forward to do that.
And is there any, the idea of a hotel, which would be fantastic, but I don't know if the owner has any interest in doing that. I know that the part of the building has been for at least for quite a while, and State Farm, I mean, they vacated after 10 years. So let's see. Questions I have. The questions that were asked were, so was the Brown Act violated on the closed session? Well, there wasn't a closed session on the 12th, I don't think.
That's correct.
So was it
incorrect about that. There was no closed session on the 12th, and that was explained to him in a letter and to the council.
But we did have a closed session about, and so, but can you explain about the reasons why we can have closed session, why we're not violating the Brown Act, or if we are?
So the Brown Act allows you to have a closed session to discuss real property purchasing, which this was, and the council had a closed session to discuss this purchase, which was completely proper. Did not have a closed session to discuss it, however, on the 12th. So that is where the mistake in the reasoning comes through. I think Councilmember Sunga had made a comment that there was a closed session. However, he did not say when that closed session occurred, and a member of the public assumed that it had just occurred for some reason. But again, that is just incorrect.
I think it was the 22nd of January. That was when it was. I can't remember. Time flies. So the contingency that was mentioned, so why, can you explain why that was removed?
I'm going to have Mr. Reisner come and explain that one.
Council. Good evening. There are several contingencies contained within the purchase and sale agreement. Two of them that are in the amendment that's before you tonight. One of them is an appraisal contingency. The other one is a financing contingency, because at the time that the original purchase and sale agreement was adopted, we didn't yet have an appraisal. We also did not know how the city intended to pay for the building if it purchased it. So if you decided this evening that you want to move forward with the budget amendment that's being proposed, then there would be no need for a financing contingency anymore. So the seller had asked if we would remove that if indeed the council approved the budget amendment this evening. The seller also asked, since we have now obtained an appraisal that supports the purchase price, if we would remove that appraisal contingency too. These are both very normal things that you would expect to happen during a process of buying a piece of real estate like this.
Thank you. Let's see. So the financial options, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to read my own writing. So the Public Works renovation of that building, the old police department. So can you, we're not talking about that now. I don't know if we can because it's not on the agenda, but do we know what that's going to look like? What it's going to cost generally, and how much of that building they might use? Is it?
So we don't, what we looked at was the fact is what was the urgency of the Public Works need to move into that facility, and they have offices right next door to that. So the urgency isn't there, such as the police department actually operates in there today. So what we know is we would be re-looking at that, and we would do it over phase. We do it when funding was available. It's not something urgent that we needed to do. Honestly, by spending the $5 million that we had planned on doing, kind of is the only way I could justify why you would spend $5 million on a building you're going to build a new one for in 5 to 7 years. So we'll still look at that, but my recommendation would be is we're not going to do a $20 million or $5 million renovation. We're going to do it piece by piece and start opening up parts, office areas, because that's really what's needed for Public Works. They need some additional office space. So certainly not the whole use of the building, and we can do it over years' time, which we would do in budgetary processes.
Mm-hmm. And then I know that we're going to, if the city were to buy the building, we would lose a $25 million property tax. But so the property tax goes to Solano County, and I don't remember off the top of my head how much we get, but it's how much do we get of that property tax? Does anybody know? What's that? 18% of 20 average. Okay. It goes, and that goes into the general fund, doesn't it? Some goes to the schools too, but so the building is $13 million approximately, and then the $20 million to improve it. And so, what are the options to raise the $20 million to improve the building? Would that be? Sorry, what would be the options to raise the $20 million to improve the building?
And so in terms of looking at the improvements, what's been discussed thus far in terms of looking at financing the improvements for the building would be working with a financial advisor, PFM, looking at options for financing. And it's also been discussed that similar to what the city manager said regarding the current building is in terms of timing and phasing, those would be options as well, depending on the transition of operations to the building. So those would be explored as part of the discussion on the financing and presented to council to consider options as it relates to accomplishing those goals. Mm-hmm. And so we've initiated conversations with PFM, who have expressed that they don't see issues with the city retaining financing to accomplish that. The details of which would come out as we went down that road with those advisors.
Mm-hmm.
May I add to that?
Uh-huh.
So I think that we've heard a lot of conversation about what does it actually cost us, which is part of the due diligence process. So we Assuming council moves forward with this acquisition tonight, then we'll immediately begin entering the building to figure out what are the costs going to be. Is it possible to phase these over time? So what we wanted to make sure we did is that we knew we could get a financial institution to lend us or to have us borrow $20 million if that's what the cost actually is. I think that, you know, if it's going to be $40 million, we're going to be back in this room with you. We know what we've said. We have a fiduciary responsibility, as some have said, is that's what we're going to look at doing. But we'll also be able to phase that, and there might be other ways. We want to try to borrow as few dollars as we possibly can. I don't like to see debt, so we're going to try to look at, is it a phasing to where we don't need to borrow $20 million to do this work. And I think I'll just add to that, because Councilmember McConnell actually came in and met me today and said if this does proceed, there's a conference put on by International Association of Chiefs of Police about designing, planning, and building, constructing a new police facility in Virginia. And Councilmember, Chief checked, and unfortunately this one in March is booked, and there's a waiting list. But we thought that's a fantastic idea to actually send our own people there, because we want to make sure we get the best product out of this. And so we'll follow up on that. It might be something you still go in the summer, because it'll be time going on. So again, the 45 days here, and we'll be communicating to council and the community and saying, here's what we actually believe the estimated costs are now after we've brought the experts in to take a look at it. And then we'll move forward, assuming it's right in the ballpark of what we've been discussing. But if I can, there was a question too about fiduciary responsibility, and I absolutely hold that very near and dear for the years I've been a city manager, and I understand the comments, and I think these are always difficult decisions because you're making a big dollar commitment on something like this. And I actually looked at it as a fiduciary responsibility of mine to bring this option to you, because we were looking at $100 million plus for a new facility, and honestly a $30 million with renovations and acquisition of an asset seemed like an extremely good use of money if we were going to look at a new facility for our police department. The building will still be there as an asset on the city's books. There is also $250,000 a year rental income that because the building is so large, the police department doesn't need all of that space. We can continue that. And I think when we talked about tax revenue, it was about that much, if I remember right. So that was actually bringing in the funds would still remain coming in as a lease agreement. So I wanted to mention that fiduciary comment is why actually this is before you, is because I think it's a savings of, I'll even go to a lower number of 60 million. It's a savings of 30 million over what the city is currently looking at to build a new building. So, and then again, the $5 million spent on a building and continuing to look at building a new one or retrofitting another one. I thought this was the best financial decision the city could make if we're serious about putting the police department in a new facility. And if I made, there's the comments about Costco and other locations. Sorry, I'm just kind of answering some of the questions I happened to write down. And I realize that there's always going to be opinions about different types of land uses. So if I were to say Costco is in a commercial center, we wouldn't want to take that building off the tax rolls either, in a location that's near Best Buy and all those other commercial areas. So I think all I'm saying is there's arguments that people could make back and forth of why one location's better than the other. Chief, maybe you could answer what got done prior to me coming here a year ago when it comes to looking at other locations. I know we looked at the library facility here, and to quite extent, do you have other facilities in the past years perhaps that the city looked at?
Yeah, excuse me. So going back in time when the Public Works Director was David Kleinschmidt, that's who was heading this investigation at that time, and it was shortly thereafter when we found out what the problems were in the building. And so at that time, like I said, Public Works looked at several buildings. The ones that I remember specifically was the library and also the post office. And actually, we've stored some equipment there, and obviously that's becoming part of the downtown plan and the parking lot. I know that there were other buildings, and then the Public Works Department assessment at that time was that it was nearly as expensive to retrofit what was available at that time, and then that's when the city went down the road of then researching, okay, what would a brand new building cost? And then we ended up, after time, and again, Public Works, were the point person, department on this, and we were involved in terms of, police needs and planning, that sort of thing. But the architects came back and, like I talked about in our 2 weeks ago, their space assessment for our needs was, coincidentally, 60,000 square feet. And what they proposed ended up being a $100 million building, and they had, a formula that this isn't my area of expertise, but if it was a one-story building, it needed more land. If it was a two-story building, it needed less land. If you did a subterranean parking, it was outrageous, and I mean the costs were sort of mind-boggling. But where we ended with the cheapest option with that architect was a one-story building, on a piece of land that off the top of my head, I don't remember the size that was required, and the estimate was about $100 million. But I will say too is at the time when the fire chief Jack McCarthy was here, he and I went to South San Francisco because I'm sure their place isn't even built yet, but they had gone through a process and they were going to be building a new building, and they were sort of a year delayed for a variety of reasons. And during that time, their costs had, and I don't remember the numbers, had kind of quadrupled. And so what they said basically is, expect to pay a lot more than what they're telling you, for a new build. And because of the pricing in the Bay Area and the economy is so good and what it costs to get labor and steel and, all those other things, like I said, I'm speaking out of my area of expertise. I'm just relating sort of what they said. And so at that point, the council decided not to go forward with that. And then, like I said, this opportunity presented itself. And so, the best of my recollection, not being the point person on that project, that's my memory of the last few years.
Thank you. So, let's see. There was, well, I wanted to just mention, I know the post office in 2014, they also got reg tagged, I think, the one over here, as I recall. So that, some of these older buildings are just, they present challenges. So the people mentioned a traffic issue. There's the ferry, the festivals, and then there's tons of people like clockwork that come to and from the ferry building, and they stream out. And I used to be one of them. And so, how can you describe how the traffic would be mitigated, the cruiser traffic or the traffic coming out? And like you said, usually the calls are people respond to the calls when they're already out in the city. But if what would happen if you had people streaming out from the ferry and you had calls and you needed to leave the station? I mean, I don't.
So I would say at our highest staffing levels, and so, we run shifts, and at certain times of the day there's an overlap, so there's technically two shifts on at the same time, so that would be our highest levels. You're looking at about 14 police cars scattered around the city in different spots. So you're talking, at our highest levels, you're talking about 14 additional cars if they were all coming from the station going in one direction, which is, highly, highly unlikely. And so the impact of coming and going, as you can see at the highest staffing level throughout the city, when different officers are coming to the station for different reasons at the course of their duties, you're talking about 14 cars. I mean, more cars go through a red light cycle than at one period, then so I don't see the traffic of the police department adding to any, honestly, area of traffic just because there's very few numbers. I would say, it's like anything else. I mean, you could say if there was an officer that was responding from one area of town that needed to go through the downtown or whatever area that we're talking about to get to another location, I mean, that would happen now. Certainly, if there were events in the area, we would avoid those. as a route. And so, certainly there wouldn't be an event that locked the police department down where traffic couldn't come and go from any direction. So my personal opinion is I don't see that as a problem.
And then I think I had one more. Oh, this one was the idea of moving City Hall to the waterfront and the police department to City Hall. Is that something feasible? I mean, could we have the City Hall down on the waterfront and reverse it? Is that something we could even look at?
If the city council chooses to purchase the building tonight, certainly that's something that it can be looked at, yes. Mm-hmm. I think I've heard things like move the library down there, but move the police department to where the library is. Those can be looked at. I think we would have to have a lot greater discussion, and I think, again, the concern is I hear what the concern is. It's about the police station on the waterfront, and I think we've talked a lot to the chief, and he wouldn't be here supporting this if it meant response times would be hurt. And I've talked already about why the recommendation for the location is before you, so I won't add to that. But if the city council wants to approve this and we purchase the building, we work on the due diligence for the building, make sure what it is structurally and what it looks like. At any point in time, the council can have a conversation about moving it to a different to move it up here or swap offices. I think you're just going to get more renovation costs by moving one up and one across because you have to renovate both the buildings. But certainly if the council wants to look at that option for its civic center, we can certainly do that.
So one more question that I just have. So if this was to be approved tonight, and so we have the 45 days, even if it were, are we locked in? Like if we decide that yes, it's going to cost $20 million as we expected, are there still ways to decide we don't really want to do this? I mean, if this goes forward tonight, are we legally locked in at this point?
I think I'm going to let Randy respond to this one.
So one of the reasons for due diligence period is to determine the suitability of the building for the proposed use. We haven't yet had an opportunity to access the building. We haven't been provided all the documents that are related to the building. We don't know what kind of maintenance the building has had since it's been built. There are a lot of questions that we have that would need to be answered before the city could determine whether that building is suitable for the proposed use as a police headquarters. So we would have the opportunity during that 45-day due diligence period to say, look, it's not suitable for our use. We've decided that we don't want the building anymore. And then you'd be able to get the deposit back and back out of the deal. The catch is you'd have to do that within that 45-day window. And once that 45 days is over, then the deal becomes solid, and then we wouldn't be able to get out of the diligence. We still may, out of the deposit, we still may be able to back out of the deal, but we would lose the $500,000 deposit. As to the 45-day due diligence period, that period has not begun to run yet. It will begin to run after all of the sellers sign the document. And during this process, originally we had been talking to the managing partner of the building. We've since discovered that there are 9 other partners scattered across the country. All of those people would need to sign, and that's one of the amendments that are in this first amendment this evening. All those people would have to sign. We expect if council made the decision to move forward this evening, that would take a week or so. So we're looking at probably sometime in the first week or 2 of April that period would run. So we would have quite a bit of time to take a look at that building.
And then, so as the due diligence period is moving forward, once the city staff determines that yes, all the boxes are checked and it looks like it's a go, does it come back again to us for another vote, or is that?
I think that would be up to council if they wanted it to. Certainly, that could happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it would come back it can come back if we wanted to. So I think I'm done with my questions. I just want to, I kind of feel like we do need to look at this building. It sounds like there's still the ability to decide not to go forward. As I said already, so this building was built in 2004 or 3 or whatever, and it was sold to that private owner for $1.1 million. And they built a building that's a tilt-up international style. You know, it's not something that people would really want to see on our waterfront. If you look at our design guidelines, it actually wouldn't even fit. So, but the thing is, it's there. And we also need a police building. And I don't know if I have the fears as much as other people do about being on the waterfront. I would love to have it somewhere else. And I think if there's an opportunity while this 45 days to maybe look at other opportunities, and if we have the ability, one more chance to vote, I'd appreciate that too. So maybe I'll amend the resolution to say that we should come back before the 45 days. I think we have the obligation to look at it. And frankly, you know, it's a private owner, and so we don't have any control. When I heard the fact that the county was going to put all their social services in there, so then it turns into a county building. And so I prefer that at least we have the control back of that building. It should never have been sold the way it was sold, but we can't turn back the clock. So unfortunately, it is what it is. And if it looks like it's going to be suitable for the police department sorry, it's getting late. In the amount of money that we want it to cost. And then there may be other opportunities that we could look at the same time. So with those caveats, I'm going to approve this tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember McConnell.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Police department buildings, I believe, have to be in compliance with seismic requirements because they're emergency centers. Does anybody know whether this building is in compliance with the current applicable standards for seismic requirements of a police department building and what it would cost if it had to be retrofitted?
Speak up, please.
Terrence Davis, Public Works Director. You're correct. The facility would need to meet essential services building standard. To my knowledge, this is a office building, so it doesn't currently meet those standards in terms of seismic standards. So one of the things we'd be looking at as a part of our due diligence as we do an examination of the building is what we need to do structurally to meet those building code standards.
And assuming we had the financing to adequately seismically retrofit this particular building, how long would that take?
I would say that varies. We've done smaller projects, and typically that construction can run 120, 160 days. So given how it's phased, if we do it the entire facility versus a part of the facility and don't touch where the tenants are, it could vary, but I certainly would think that's probably a 6-month construction project at minimum. Just a guess. I think we'll have to get a full estimate of what's necessary before we would really know.
Okay, so if we did a lot of alterations to this building, what's your guesstimate tonight as to when this building would be available for the police to actually take occupancy?
Again, not at all to be evasive, but I think there's a lot of factors that would determine that. So how we phase it in terms of how the chief decides to move various portions of his operations that are scattered into the facility, it could really vary. How we phase the financing could vary as well. And then obviously cost. So certainly we can do things as quickly as we'd like. It just typically costs more. So there's a lot of factors we'd have to kind of weigh out to figure out what was the most effective and affordable construction schedule. So it could go from 6 months to 12 months. Just it really depends on what the needs of the department are and then what our budget is.
So in the meantime, the police department continues to operate out of their present facility on Amador Street, right?
So I'll defer to the chief, but I will say that the second floor of the facility, I think, is compatible with some of their existing operations. So they have dispatch and other administrative operations. So some of those operations are compatible with in essence, some of the current configurations. So if there was a decision to be, if it was desired, some operations could potentially move in much sooner than the rest of the operations.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to look at that informational brochure about the seminar back in Alexandria, Virginia on March 20th to see what that course consisted of? Chief, either one.
Sorry, I wasn't sure who you were talking to. I just looked through the outline really quick today, so I didn't get into it in much detail now.
Okay, well, it strikes me that the content of that course is something that we should have somebody attend, whether it can be on a replacement basis for a March dropout, or I believe the next scheduled session was in Chicago in October. But in that informational piece, they pointed out that cities build a police department once every 40 to 60 years. We don't have the staff adequacy of knowledge to understand what goes into the technical and desirable requirements of a modern day police department. That's why they're going to tour 3 different facilities in the surrounding area. That's why they're going to take 2 days of seminars to explain all that. And whether we proceed with the State Farm building or whether we proceed with a brand new building or some other possibility, I think it's absolutely imperative that this city send 1 or 2 people back to that conference to learn what we can, because what we don't know is going to cost us money, regardless of which building we use. That's what concerns me about this project. It's been rushed, and the more I hear about it, the more rushed it becomes. It's important for the realtors on this dais to understand that we are not in contract yet. That will only occur when the city manager signs that agreement and actually provides it to the seller or the seller's representative. The acceptance has to be transmitted for the contract to be created. So we actually have some time in which to maybe more properly consider what our desirable alternatives might be. And if we lose this particular building, maybe it was meant to be. I'm not convinced that the repair cost for this building, whether they're $20 million or some higher figure, can be properly met. And there's a page that we had up here on the screen earlier about where the $13.5 million is being cobbled together to provide. But when I asked staff today about, well, where's the rest of the money coming from to do the repairs? And the answers are, some of the potential financing available to the city are bank loan, private placement, bond issue, tax measure, parcel tax, sales tax, or a combination of these financing options. Any way you look at it, we're going to wind up financing and paying for these improvements. And if we're trying to improve a building that was never designed to meet the modern day requirements of a police department building, to me it makes no sense. I can't justify it simply on a financial basis. And let me point out one other consideration maybe that we haven't yet had time to think about, because this is being kind of sprung on us rather rapidly. The Solano Transit Authority has already approved as a priority for funding the building of the garage over here where the present post office is. It is very possible from an architectural standpoint, I have been told, that you could combine a garage with other facilities buildings. Certainly a lot of cities did that several years ago when they combined a garage which was funded with libraries which were financed. So I'm sure we could combine a garage underneath and police headquarters above and still meet the demands for security that would be present in such a building. A new building would clearly meet seismic requirements, and it does get you downtown. We're cobbling together $5.5 million for the purchase price from the general fund. The general fund, to my understanding, is intended to be used for emergencies. This is not an emergency. It's an unfortunate situation. It's a building that, as Councilmember Verder-Aliga acknowledged, we've already recognized as a goal to change. And we do need to do that, and we need to change it intelligently and systematically. But one of the authors on the flyer about this seminar in Alexandria, Virginia, was a police officer who observed that the one thing we came to realize that by going through this process was that it was more cost effective to create a brand new building rather than to attempt to retrofit one that was not built for a police facility to begin with. And to my way of thinking, quite honestly, I'd rather spend the $100 million on a brand new building, even though it's substantially higher, and get what we need, get it in the right place. Because I believe there's wisdom in that statement that says trying to do it as a catch-up measure is not cost effective. And Lord knows this council needs to be cost effective. It's very appealing to say, let's approve $13.5 million today by cobbling these various funds together, plus trying to scatter $20 million from somewhere over the next several years, or year or 2 years to do the rehab on this building, which may or may not even work. It just doesn't make sense. You know, the dollars don't make sense here. So I cannot support this proposal. I believe that we are being rushed to judgment. If we're going to purchase that building, I wouldn't care if City Hall moved into it for their administrative offices and we brought something else into this building. I think that might make more sense. I can't see spending millions of dollars retrofitting a building for the police department where they're going to be there for another 3 or 4 or 5 years if we do build a new building. There are obviously some repairs that need to be addressed now. Should be addressed, and I think we'll be providing for them. But I believe it's a foolish undertaking to authorize this agreement at this time for this building. I clearly have to vote no. I believe that if you all search your conscience as fiduciary as well as practical users of the public money, you cannot possibly justify this either. Part of that $13.5 million purchase price is future HUD money, which we will then not be able to use for other public facilities improvement. In fact, the staff report points out that it will have to be repaid from the general fund. So that's another $600,000 hit on the general fund. The same thing is true of where you've cobbled other funds together. You know, this is a pig in a poke. And it needs to be killed, but it needs to be approached in a systematic, intelligent way, which we're not doing. So I would urge you all to vote no on this financing requirement.
Thank you. Ms. Quintana? Ms. Quintana? There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to clarify one thing, is that the purchase and sale agreement has been signed because it was the recommendation at the last council meeting, which was approved by council. However, tonight's action is a contingency in if it doesn't get approved, then it wouldn't go forward.
And
So I
has
just wanted to clarify
that contract been delivered to the seller?
Yes.
When? I was told today it had not been.
Mr. Reisner, can you let us know?
It was executed the day after it was approved by council, and then it was sent to the seller, I believe, late that same day.
And they have not yet
They have not yet signed it.
So if I am correct in my remembrance of basic contract law, a revocation of an offer that has not yet been fully accepted is entirely effective.
Of course, you are correct.
Vote by notification this evening if we chose to do so.
Yeah, that is correct, Councilmember.
I want to make that clear.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First off, I would like to thank all of our speakers who spoke today on this subject. I appreciate it. I've heard people start with the fact that police need a new station. My question is, if not now, when? How long should they have to wait? What effect will this have on police morale? What will low police morale What effect will low police morale have on the community that they police? High crime areas, specifically poor communities. I don't see a lot of people in here from the Crest. I don't see a lot of people in here from South Vallejo, and that's where the police are at, and that's where the rubber meets the road for me. Young people of color are disproportionately coming into contact with the police. Young people in general, working class families, they're not in the crowd. They have a voice. They have a responsibility to make sure that we're doing what we can to put good officers on the street, and that includes morale, quite frankly. That is a cornerstone of any employee. As a business owner, I've learned that if you don't treat your employees well, they won't treat you well, especially when it's dealing with the public. I think that you can't, I've seen a lot of people here who have voiced their opinion on the police. I don't think it's possible to say we want to demand high performance, yet feel the need to neglect police officers. Eventually, the rubber's going to meet the road when it comes to pay, when it comes to forced overtime, and when it comes to morale. I, for one, wouldn't want to work in a building with no heat and with carcinogens. In fact, I wouldn't work there. There are a lot of people, to me, who have been very vocal about their concerns with the police, but yet don't see the need to invest in our officers. Low morale doesn't lead to better policing. For me, I was elected to represent the entire community, not just the art community, everybody, low-income areas, people who can't afford to show up to city council, people who can't voice their opinion here, and specifically working class families who live in high crime areas and come in contact with the police on an everyday basis. I've heard some people mention a survey. I saw the survey. My 9-year-old niece could tell you what's wrong with that survey. It doesn't represent a broad portion of the community. None of my friends got a chance to vote on it. None of my friends have a voice here, and I think that, so mentioning that survey, that's good, that's good print, but in actuality, that does not represent a cross-section of the community. I want the best police officers patrolling my streets. Part of having the best police officer is a police officer with high morale, who feels appreciated. I think it is unfair to demand the best, but yet not give the best. I think that we have to show all of our city employees that we appreciate them, and I understand that we can't, we have a lot of problems when it comes to pay, but these are small things that we can do, and it will affect the community, and I think that we need to keep those things in mind. One of the things, I just came off an election. During the election, myself and my campaign team walked the entire city. The entire city. The number one concern was public safety, period, throughout all the communities. That's in North Vallejo, South Vallejo, name a community, and the number one concern was public safety. I think that we owe it to the citizens of Vallejo to make sure that we're doing what we can to put a good police officer on the street. Once again, part of that is morale. period. If you think for 1 second that allowing someone to go to work in a cold building with no heat and with possible carcinogens, and yet then demand that, oh, we expect you to do a A+ job, I think that is unfair, unreasonable, and illogical. I've also heard council members mention looking to our conscience, and I would employ the rest of our council to do the same thing, because too long here in Vallejo, working class families have not been represented. Too long in Vallejo have we decided that we would go cheap on certain things and then pull back and not take responsibility for what happens when you go cheap. I don't think that that's no longer acceptable. Someone also mentioned the fact that they voted for change. I agree, change is very much needed. We need to start investing in the police department if we want to expect better performance. I have an obligation to the entire community to make sure that I'm doing what I can to put the best employee on the street, whether that's VPD, whether that's the fire department, whether that's City Hall, all of that matters. We have a high turnover rate with all of our city employees, including the police department. Who do you think is leaving? I mean, I would guess good officers, going places where they can make more money and possibly, go to work in a building that, is a suitable building to work in. So for me, I'm definitely going to vote yes on this. I'm not changing my vote. I'm not backing off of it, and I stand by my beliefs and why we need to do it. I do understand the concerns, but I also ask you all to understand the concerns that I have when it comes to the effect that low morale has on our community and the customer service we get in that community, because it's high time we took a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sunga?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to thank everybody who passionately spoke on this subject. I appreciate your comments. And honestly, some of those comments I shared also during the discussion about this building. But most of them has been answered by staff, especially the chief, who answered most of my questions, especially when it comes to deployment and the delay, if any, in responding to our citizens on the other side. And he assured me that, just like what he said today, there's no effect on this location as far as serving our community. So I believe what he said. He's the chief. Why can't you believe on a chief? It is important that I also want to thank our council members for their comments, and I appreciate all of that also. But for me, what's important is to take care of our employees, to give them a place they don't have to worry about any kind of contamination. It's like what they do right now. Right now in the police department, I think they closed their exercise room, Chief, because they can't use it.
Yeah, we moved the exercise room and then sort of switched it into another area. And now it's actually part of the locker room now.
Yeah. And that's something we should not have our police officers experience. For me, at this point, I have to support the resolutions because, like I said, we have to provide the best location for our police officers as far as having a better building than what they have now. So I will support the resolution.
Thank you. Did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment, and thank you for allowing me to. I just wanted to reiterate and build upon a little bit of what I said 2 weeks ago. One of the main comments that we've heard a matter of opinion that I heard from the public is, that outsiders of Vallejo would be somehow turned off by the presence of a police building down there, right? Be offended by it. And so, I wanted to reiterate again, what I hear from every community in Vallejo is, but just what I said 2 weeks ago, demand for our presence. It's quite opposite of that. My family and I have been around in this area for a long time. I can tell you from people that I know and deal with that they would be happy that a police department was there. I guarantee you, if you stood out in front of the ferry building and asked everybody in the community here when they came off if they would appreciate a police department there, you'd probably see a poll that would be highly in favor of that. One thing that came to my mind when some of the community members were talking is because earlier in my career I had time to go to NYPD, and we did some research there with them, and one thing that we were exposed to is Times Square. And so as a young person being at Times Square, and if you've been there any time now, they actually put a police officer every 100 yards in Times Square. That's literally their beat, 50 yards on either side. And that's, Times Square is an iconic place in New York, and it wouldn't be that place without the presence of the police. And it certainly wasn't safe after dark years ago before they started implementing some of these things. And so when you think about economic development and tourism, here's one of the places where people from all over the world come, that police officers are literally every 100 yards. And so I personally disagree with the opinion that somehow outsiders of Vallejo are off-put by the sight of police officers. And so, I just wanted to voice that. So thank you.
Thank you. That actually is a perfect segue into what my comments were. With public safety, I think there's two pieces to that. It's the perception and the reality. And having a very visible presence in the State Farm building, where over 1.2 million riders come off of the ferry every single year, I think that helps give that perception of safety that is important, and I think it will help stimulate economic development because more people will go where they feel safe. And it also will help with the reality of public safety because you're going to be able to consolidate all of your auxiliary pieces and be more effective as a department, which is going to help our community be safer. So that is really like the cornerstone. I get it. I understand, this is it's our waterfront and we're all passionate about it, and I understand that. And I appreciate everyone coming to show up to talk about it. There was a couple of little things that I did want to touch on. Few people mentioned a hotel on the waterfront, and that is in the development agreement, actually. There is plans for that. When RM3 was approved, it was actually originally intended that when the post office got demolished and the parking structure got built, there was going to be a hotel on top of that with RM3 monies. RM3 is being litigated right now, so we'll see how that works out. But that is what the concept was for years. This is something we have been working on for years, trying to find suitable locations, trying to figure out how to make it work, how to do it, how to finance over $100 million. I mean, it says $100 million in the staff report, but we know it was like closer to 120 with the dollar tag we were talking about. So when we're talking about financial responsibility, $20 million renovation cost, which 2 weeks ago, actually, Mr. Davis, our Public Works Director, said it could be even less, and he expects it will be less, but we are going to find that information out during the inspection timeframes. And so between that and the $13.45 million to purchase, I mean, it's just makes sense financially. That's the smart thing to do. I do agree with Mr. Boone's comment about having a list of the other properties that we looked at. I mean, I know we did. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. But I think it's helpful for the public to see that kind of information. So I think that could have been, helpful in just being more transparent. There was a comment about the finance contingency and all of my comments 2 weeks ago about that. I am completely fine with removing the finance contingency tonight because we are no longer financing the purchase, we are using cash. So that's the difference. What I had a contention about with the finance contingency before was that if we needed to request an extension, it was going to immediately cost us $500,000, and that was my problem. I didn't agree with that. And in the contract, I actually, with the inspection contingency, Mr. Eisner, I believe that we have to say that we're satisfied with the condition. It's just not an automatic 45 days, our deposit's gone if we change our mind or we had needed more time than that. I asked that question last time. If we need more time, it's a negotiation, right? It's not automatic we lose our deposit.
Absolutely. If we need more time, of course, we don't want to wait till day 45 to ask for it.
So then our good faith and our diligent efforts along the way, but if we...
Absolutely. So if we discover something that needs more investigation, that's going to take additional time, yes, we can negotiate additional diligence time. And if we don't get it, then we can back out of the deal and get the deposit back.
And, you know, as Councilmember Meissner said, our waterfront is valuable, and for us to have control over that site, has value for us just in general. So I think that's a good thing. In regards to traffic and whatnot, I have been on countless ride-alongs, and never once have we flown out of the police station. It's flying around town, responding to calls that are extremely serious. But the only time that we're at the station is when we are leaving and when we're returning, and there's quite a visible physical presence of the police around the station, but I have not seen them flying around with their lights and sirens flying, you know. So I feel good about this. I think that it is the right step forward and that it will have a positive impact on our community. So I will be supporting this tonight. Council's pleasure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I wanted to add that clause, you know, so we could have it come back to us for one final vote before we sign on the dotted line. You know, once we see the results of the investigation. So I don't know. I can just say that I would like to have that added, that it comes back to us for one more vote. And with that, I would like to offer that we adopt the resolution amending the FY. What's up? Oh, sorry.
So yeah, I was just going to point out, it can certainly come back before the 45-day due diligence period is over. I think that's not a problem, and that's how we would phrase it, because as I pointed out, it has already been signed. So it's a matter of ensuring that those contingencies have been fulfilled, and if they're not, then staff will come back and present that to the council. So that's how I would phrase that. Is that okay?
So that's how I should phrase as I offer it, because I wanted to come back regardless of the contingencies or not.
Yes, it would come back before the 45-day contingency period has expired.
Okay, so I don't need to add that. Okay. So I will offer that we adopt a resolution amending the FY 2018-19 budget to allow for the purchase of 400 Mare Island Way for $13.45 million, and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the real property and sale agreement in its first amendment.
And to come back before the 45-day contingency period expires.
Before the 45-day contingency expires.
Motion carries with Councilmember Verder-Aliga and McConnell opposed.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our final item of the agenda this evening. Madam City Clerk.
This item is the fiscal year 2018-19 mid-year budget adjustment, and the recommendation. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of intention to amend the city's fiscal year 18-19 adopted budget and amend Exhibit 1 of the city's fiscal year 18-19 positions and salaries resolution.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is our mid-year budget item, and I'm going to hand it over to our acting finance director, Rekha, who's going to cover a few slides.
Good evening. So every mid-year we want to re-look at our budget, the way we are progressing, and what we do is we sit down with every department, go through our expenditures, and look at also our revenue numbers. We true up the revenue numbers based on what are the actuals that we receive from the county, and if, as far as expenditures are concerned, if there's anything that we want to change our priorities or look at the citywide needs that are required. This year, we were pretty frugal about everything, and we worked pretty tightly with minimal adjustments that were required. Overall, we had general fund revenues, which had increased by about $854,000, and our expenditures we have adjusted to $825,000, which gives us a balance of about $29,000 that flows into our fund balance. The next two slides, we are just recapping of what we had brought during our budget process. Nothing has changed as far as those numbers are concerned. It's the $107 million that we had shown as unrestricted revenue and $106.5 million that we had shown as general fund expenditures. This slide, we are talking about the 854 that we said that we have adjusted as revenue increases. We broke it down into property taxes or wherever the percentage variance that there was. The largest is, of course, as far as sales tax was concerned, and that's again the famous glitch that we are getting back the money. The others, as far as property tax, it's based on actuals that the county has sent to us, which true it up, and that's the $230,000 that we have. And moving on to the recommendations, we have presented them on the basis of the goals and priorities that the council has. The first one being we are recommending $25,000 for a homeless project plan. There's $200,000 that is for overtime for police department, and this is a reimbursement cost. So we are receiving this money, and that's why we're having the expenditure. And then there is a position that is being converted from a police lieutenant to a police captain. As far as economic development is concerned, there are two positions that are again being reorganized from an administrative analyst to an administrative manager. As far as city infrastructure is concerned, there's $150,000 that is being requested for Empress Theater for their lighting project that they had in plan. And as far as leave payout is concerned, because of the number of retirements that are coming through, we budget about $1 million, and we have already used or expended that $1 million, so we are requesting another $500,000. And lastly, and these are all general funds, so lastly for general fund, we are talking about for fiscal stability, we are talking about two positions for the finance department, and this is mainly, we are now completely gung-ho going forward with our procurement process and the PO process, which requires an additional headcount to get that moving and perfectly forward. The following slide is the water department, which is adding 3 positions and reorganizing a whole lot of positions, and this is basically depending upon their business need that they have these recommendations. And the next slide, we talk about other funds. There are a few CIP projects that are being closed out, and we are reallocating the funds. And as far as the police department is concerned, these are the grants that we true it up again, and the difference is mainly because of the fiscal year end between ours and the federal government. So there's always a true up that we have to do in the middle of the year. I'm just detailing a little bit more. I said earlier that we were requesting for the homeless project plan, and this is right now that we are starting this initiative for which we are requesting the $25,000, and it's to create the roadmap to address citywide homelessness. This is over and above that what the city is already doing, and the city has got other programs going on. $130,000 was allocated during this budget for the coordinated entry program. The acquisition of Sacramento Street for the development of housing units. So those were just a few of the other programs that the city is still continuing to do. Detailing on the leave payout, again, this is the retirement and attrition that the city is having. The last 2 years, our payout was about $1 million, and that's why we had budgeted $1 million this year. But the actuals as of this year, we've already spent out $1 million, and we know that in the pipeline there probably are a few more officers who might be retiring, and so that's the reason that we were asking for the additional $500,000. And the last slide, we talk about gas tax. This is the California Department of Finance provides us revenue estimates, and they have lowered their estimate, which we just received last month. So the city's allocation has been reduced by $500,000 in that. And so we have to make a budget adjustment of reducing the expenditure and the revenue to that extent. That was the quick run through of the few items that we have.
Thank you very much. Council comments, questions? We don't have any cards. These are final. No cards, right? No cards that I have. No comments? Councilmember Singha.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a few questions on the positions that we are adding. Are those new positions, or are they just unfilled?
If from the general fund we have 2 positions, and from the water fund we have 3 new positions.
Those are both new. Okay. On the attrition, on the leave payout, what percentage of that is retirement and what percentage is attritions?
I do not. I'll have to come back to you about that breakdown.
It's mostly retirement, though, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I just want to say that I'm grateful that you added the Empress Theater. I think it's something that we have to support because it's a hub of a lot of Vallejoans going to the Empress Theater recently because of the excellent shows that they are providing. So that's definitely an item that I support. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Any else? Councilmember Meissner, and then
I was going to go ahead and offer it, but I also want to thank all the folks that support the Empress, especially the McDonald's who are here, and thank you for waiting for so long for us to vote on this. And I totally support. I support the budget revisions and especially the lighting. So thank you.
Councilmember Verder-Aliga.
I appreciate you folks waiting. I know I've gotten emails from many of you. I will support the mid-year budget, of course, and most especially, I'm glad that you have brought forth the request to change the LED lighting into LED lighting, etc. It will actually be more cost efficient, and then beautiful theater, which is actually the gem of downtown. Right? Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to echo the sentiments of my other council members. I can't say enough about the Empress. Thank you all for the job that you do, whether it's the symphony, boxing, which I'm looking forward to, concerts. I mean, you guys are really the jewel of our community, and I appreciate all the work you all put into that because it goes unheralded, so thank you.
No other comments? All right, I'll make a comment real quick. Actually, I had some questions. So it's reported that our TOT taxes are estimated to decrease $265,000. I guess maybe this question is more for Mr. Nyhoff. Visit Vallejo, as you know, is struggling also and did submit a letter of request for help supportive funding of $30,000. So I didn't get a response as to how that is going to be. I mean, it did just come the last couple of days, but I did not hear a response back on how that's going to be handled. So I wanted to make sure that I made a comment about it now, but also got an answer.
Yeah, it did. It just has come in, and it's been busy. But I would we obviously do support, as you see some of the other recommendations about community support. That I've talked to them before about some shortfalls, and certainly will bring a proper recommendation to council in regards to their needs as well.
And when do you think we will?
I'm almost going to say is, well, you could add it to the budget amendment tonight, but it would be the earliest would be the 12th when there's only 4 of you, or the first meeting in March. We could present that amendment to as well, or we could wait till the 26th. But I think they need it sooner than later. I didn't know exactly what that was, but if council wishes us to amend it tonight, I didn't get a chance to study it or talk to them specifically about what the needs are, because it just did come in late last week. So it's council's pleasure if you wish to. I think it was $30,000.
It was 30
to help them this year, and they are at a shortfall. We do know TOT is down, and so certainly I'll be supporting that recommendation. It just would be came in after this.
30,000. Okay. Yeah, there's 2 hotels under renovation, so they're closed. Plus we all applauded the Maritime Academy for purchasing Motel 6, but it did decrease our TOT tax at the same time. And then a question on the fire department's working to have an agreement in place to move forward with that revenue stream on the first responder fees. When do we expect that agreement to be in place and fix that problem?
They're expecting it to be done by September of this year.
Okay. State gas tax reductions. I didn't quite understand why there's a reduction in the state gas tax.
I believe Terrence would be able to give a lot more detail. This is...
Hello, Terrence Davis again, Public Works. The reduction is primarily just in terms of reduction in the price of gas, low gas prices, and then also DOF, when they've made their projections, they just over-projected the amount of revenue. So there's 2 portions of gas tax we get. There's 2 different formulas that derive the portion that we get, but the bottom line is lower gas prices, slightly less fuel sales.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I've been hearing over the last, at the league level from the state how they are looking to snag transportation dollars if they don't see appropriate planning for housing, affordable housing. So just every time I see it, I'm going to be a little anxious. So with that, if anybody would like to offer Councilmember, with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to offer that we adopt a resolution of intention to amend the city's fiscal year 2018-19 adopted budget and amend Exhibit 1 of the city's fiscal year 2018-2019 positions and salaries resolution. Did I state that correctly? I'm reading off.
Yes, that was fine. I'm sorry, but I was talking. I didn't hear if there was that additional.
That's what's in here.
And that was the motion.
Yeah, and the amendment to add 30,000 for Visit Vallejo.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Sampline absent.
Thank you. All right, moving along. What's next? Information calendar? None. City manager's report? You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's a nice way to end the council meeting, isn't it?
Yes.
There you go.
Literally.
So Vice Mayor, congratulations. You got more and more comfortable as the meeting went on running it. Obviously high to count to Mayor Sampine, who feels ill. And I think, these are the tough decisions that I think the city council, there's going to be more of these. We have, we have a lot of projects in pipelines that we have to make these decisions about fiduciary responsibility, financial investments. And so, it's what we do. We make difficult decisions. We have people on different opinions. I think that I didn't want you guys were ready to make a decision, but we did look at the debt service. So when you look at $100 million and you look at an annual debt service payment, which we went into 20 million, 25 million, we were looking at it, and I was looking at, if you take into account, where we are in the market with employees and all the other increases in costs, it was very difficult for us to be able to borrow, I think, more than $30 or $40 million without impacting on an annual debt cost. So I understand the location, the difficulty. I'd rather keep the money, but something had to be done. It's a goal. So we did take a look extensively on what a new one would look like. Could we actually fund that and finance? And it's one of the reasons it came before you was because looking at a debt service for $100 million, I couldn't see operationally on an annual basis how we could afford to do that for years down the road. So I just wanted to comment on that because we did look hard at the financial side of this and what we thought was the best term to work, get a new building for the police department that lasts 30 or 40 years. Other than that, the state of the city comes up soon. It'll be televised. We'll run it back on the camera because we do want to make sure every citizen has the ability to see that. I understand the room is almost sold out, so that's great news. It's our partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, which is exciting. I can't say anything about the mayor's speech other than I think it'll be great. I don't know what he'll have to say, but it's about a positive community. It's about partnerships that we have with our community, so look forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, city attorney's report.
I don't have anything to report.
All right, community forum. Charlie Peters, first speaker. Mark Stein, second, and then Wallace Ingalls.
Yes, good evening. My name is Charlie Peters, Clean Air Performance Professionals, a coalition of motorists. It's been a real education here this evening. I very much have enjoyed the conversation from the public and from all of you, and it was very exciting. I gave you a handout, but I'm not going to refer to that. I'm going to refer to a letter that I wrote to the president on September the 23rd of 2012. And I can give you a copy of this, anybody would like it. So it is reported that corn along I-5 south of Sacramento uses about 1,500 gallons of water to grow corn for 1 gallon of GMO ethanol in our gas tanks. Should Governor Brown consider a GMO corn ethanol fuel waiver supported by the United Nations? Is Is Fed EPA confused when the Lodi, California bread baker is taken to federal court to collect $625,000 fine for generating ozone from the ethanol made by baking bread while mandating GMO corn ethanol in our gas? That may be a bigger deal than MTBE to our groundwater supply. Do water folks check for ethanol in our drinking water? Drinking ethanol may be rated as causing cancer, but MTB never has. Does alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, ATF, audit the payment of the $17 a gallon tax for food-grade corn ethanol from the fuel refiners? Let's see. A 5,000-gallon tanker truck can move around an $85,000 tax, and a reported 50 cent per gallon process can move fuel grade to food grade. So in other words, you could take a little small truck on a 1-ton truck just about and go to a refiner and work a deal with the guy there and create a economic advantage to the person doing that of $85,000 per each. That's pretty significant opportunity for fraud and cheating. But of course, nobody would ever do that. Ethanol is only the largest produced chemical on the planet. So there's some real consideration here that could significantly benefit the people in this town, the people in this state, and the people in this country by working on the issue that the president is significantly working on at this juncture, and the issues about a waiver. The president wants 15%. I want the opportunity for 0, and I think that can give us $2 gasoline, improved profits, and credits to fix all the roads for free. Thank you.
Mark Stein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly address you tonight. I'm from the Northgate area. I'm one of the founders of our Eagle Ridge neighborhood group, and of course we're always in pretty close contact with the other neighborhood groups surrounding us. And together we represent, I'm one of many, many thousands of people that live up in the Northgate area. And what I wanted, it was wisely suggested that I should bring to your attention sooner rather than later so that you're aware that with respect to the Blue Rock Springs proposed development, which you were in discussions about in closed session earlier this evening, there's going to be formidable and overwhelming opposition from not only the Northgate area, but I'm sure from other parts of the city as well, because open space represents an amenity that benefits all of the people of Vallejo. And the proposal that's being discussed would trade a significant portion of our open space for high-density housing, over 600 units on postage stamp lots, some of them as small as 2,000 square feet. And of course, almost everyone who purchased a home in our area purchased it with the understanding that the open space would remain so into perpetuity, which is why it's zoned as open space. So I just wanted to make sure that we begin a dialogue sooner than rather than later with respect to this proposal, because I'm convinced that if we work together, we can come up with a permanent solution that addresses the fiscal concerns that the city has, as well as the open space concerns that we have, in a fashion that would be beneficial to all of us. And the current proposal, it's not that. There's other viable options that we'd like to explore with you before we get too deeply into a development proposal that's a non-starter, and certainly the process of approval, which would require a zoning amendment to convert the land from open space to residential, is also a referendable action. So it's not the appropriate time right now to talk about the pros and cons of this project. but we're certainly ready, willing, and able to do so with you when it is appropriate. And there's a long list of problems it's going to bring to the city, including financial problems, just to maintain the current level of public services, safety, and otherwise that are currently available. So with that, I would just like to thank you very much and let you know that myself and others are available to talk with you at your convenience and to see if we can move forward together in a manner that's beneficial for everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Stein. Wallace Ingalls. Daniel Boone.
Hello again. I did want to correct the record. I think I heard earlier a statement that there was no closed session on February 12th, but there was. This is your agenda. There were 2 items on it, and the 400 Mare Island was not on that agenda, but was discussed. That's one of the violations of the Brown Act. There were others as set forth in my email. I did want to update you about Willie McCoy, the gentleman who was shot dead at the Taco Bell drive-in on February the 9th. I think everybody in this room agrees it was a tragedy for our community to lose this young man in this way. So my comments are going to focus on 2 other things: the damage to Vallejo's reputation in the larger world. The media update, I think I mentioned last time I was here that it had been on all of the Bay Area papers. In addition, the shooting of Willie McCoy has been covered by the New York Times, LA Times, USA Today, Newsweek, the BBC, The Guardian in the UK, Democracy Now!, which is heard on 400 radio and television stations worldwide, as well as all the Bay Area media. Wikipedia has an entry, the shooting of Willie McCoy, and the internet in general, if you search for Vallejo police violence or Vallejo police shootings or settlements in civil cases, it's a pretty stunning litany of articles that are there. I also wanted to mention the East Bay Express did a Public Records Act request of the 9 Bay Area police departments and compared the per officer payouts. Vallejo is number 1 on per officer payouts. That means that our police officers are the most expensive in the Bay Area. If the water department was having explosions that killed people and resulted in multi-million-dollar payouts by the city, I think you would be investigating. I just want to suggest to you as a city council, these are your employees, this is your department, and I suggest the council hire an independent investigator to study Vallejo Police Department, find out what's going wrong there. Is it the hiring practices? Is it training? But something is broken there. You have the power to do something about it, and I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to report of the presiding officers and members of the City Council. Councilmember Sunga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say a little thing about Jess Molgapo. He's going to be flying back on the 3rd, I think, so he'll be coming here on the 3rd of March. So that's a good news. But the PB Cycle 6, I attended their meeting with Councilmember Verder-Aliga, and they have, I think, 15 projects in line, but they have to reduce it to 12. So, and that was a very successful meeting. I also attended with I think almost all of you the housing seminar in Fairfield last night. So that's a very good update on the housing in Solano County. So that's a very good one. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Verder-Aliga.
Thank you, Vice Mayor DaCosta. A couple of things. I attended the Vallejo Sister City Vallejo Sister City Commission meeting last Monday, and they have a new chairperson, and that is Alyssa Shanks-Stewart. And they're actually planning a trip to visit one of our sister cities in Africa, and that's Bagamoyo, Tanzania. So that will be sometime in July, and so there will be more details about that trip. I'm not going this time, but this association and the commission members are putting together a group to join them. I mean, and inviting council members who may be interested in joining them. And then also that evening, I attended the Commission on Arts and Culture, and it's very exciting because now they have the $50,000 money where folks can apply for grants. It's cultural groups, artists, and another group of folks, but they are putting out the RFP to the community to apply for the grants. And I joined council member Hermes Sunga at the participatory budgeting meeting. There were two of us. So it was, like I said, the PB steering committee is very active, very engaged in, continuing on the PB project. So I'm really very thankful that they are continuing to do that, and the council continues to support it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you. So I just want to remind folks, seeing the Empress people here, to sign up for the Going Gong show. It's a fundraiser for the Summer Arts Camp. And you can contact Monica Mokel. Her number is 707-334-2609. And I can't read the email, but call that number if you have a hidden talent. They need acts, and the event is June 1st, Saturday, June 1st. So I know all of you here have hidden talents, right? Come on. And so I just got an email tonight, actually. I'm in touch with the Student Conservation Association, and they have a grant to plant trees in Vallejo, in certain areas of Vallejo, and they've planted 160 already in GVRD and at the school, or some of the schools, and they need to plant another 140. And they've approached the Department of Public Works, and apparently what they really want, and I know that there's people in the community that want us to have a tree inventory, because having a tree inventory allows us to get more grants for trees. So it sounds like they're already in touch with the Public Works, which is great. So look for 140 more trees around. And this grant is great because not only does it plant trees, it actually maintain plans for the maintenance of it too, the watering for 3 years so that they can get established. So thank you.
That's awesome.
Kudos to our Department of Public Works.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I attended the Black History Month celebration at the Florence Douglass Center. It was a great program. I want to thank the Florence Douglass Center for putting it on, as well as the director, Peter Brooks. It was packed, a lot of history, a lot of Vallejo history, a lot of it was a great event. And I also attended the PAL Boxing Pasta Feed, which was really nice, seeing some of the young people participating. I do think that we need to continue to invest in our youth and support our youth. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
That's Peter Wilson, not Peter Brooks.
Yes. The mayor did want me to let the public know that the CASA Compact will be posted on the city's website, so that'll be available for everyone to access. For my report from the league, I will say, housing is just really the biggest issue that the state's pushing down on us. We had our league board meeting in Grass Valley last Thursday and Friday, and Governor Newsom did come and sit with us for a couple hours, actually, and have a long conversation with us about his plan for having 3.5 million housing units built between now and 2025. And to put that in perspective, currently, on average, there's about 100,000 net new housing units every year. So $3.5 million by 2025 is pretty ambitious. And he said that he really sees, housing and transportation as the same thing. And so pushing housing planning on cities around transit areas is very important. So on that piece, I have secured Senator Weiner to come for the North Bay Division meeting on May 9th. So please save that on your calendars. It'll actually be at the Mare Island Coal Shed for the League of Cities, North Bay Division. And I may also, and he's got a housing bill that talks about the housing and the transportation, as does Assemblymember Grayson. I may have him there. I may have like a panel. I'm not sure yet. But Senator Weiner is definitely going to be there. I might have Senator Dodd come talk about his new bill on CEQA streamlining. They were talking about having the CEQA process be streamlined for housing as it was for the sports arena. If it's good enough for the sports arena, it's good enough for housing, was the comment made. Also, there was some discussion about tax increment financing and removing the 55% threshold for those districts and overlaying those districts with the opportunity zones. So I really want our city to take a close look at that, whatever the legislation is on that, because, we have 6 of the 9 opportunity zones in the county, so, we definitely should make sure that we're taking advantage of that. There was one piece on cannabis that I think we'll all find interesting. There is litigation going against the state about how the state is mandating that delivery can be to any city, even if the city prohibited it. And the league is joining as a plaintiff on that. But it was started by Davis is on there. Dixon is a plaintiff on there. And several other North Bay cities. So I think that there's going to be an opportunity for cities to sign on to that. I think it would be worthwhile considering. And March 8th, myself, Councilmember Verder-Aliga, and Councilmember Brown will all be going to the National League of Cities in Washington, D.C. So you won't have time to go outside. The conference is like 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., so you won't see daylight. Don't worry about that. But it's always just so much information, so I look forward to having you guys there and learning a lot with everyone. So thank you. And I think with that, no closed session.
But